All right. I'm looking to get straight into things, so we're just going to get right to it. We are going to be doing the Deep City and True Ending routes on today's stream. I have already played through on New Game Plus up to the end of the second stratum. So if you recall, we were challenged by the Deep City's guardian Kitos to defeat him, and Olympia is waiting for us ahead in the Deep City for the very first time. After ascending a flight of stairs leading deeper into the sea, you gasp at reaching a lighted space. A tree so gigantic that it can't all be seen at once towers over countless surrounding structures. The sight of the city here makes you forget for a moment that you're at the ocean's floor. As you look in utter amazement at the cityscape, a familiar girl's voice sounds from nearby. So, you finally come. Welcome to the Deep City, the phantom city you sought for so long. Olympia appears before you, speaking calmly, as if there was never any strife between you. The Abyssal King has spoken. There is a matter he would like to entrust to your conscience. Without warning, the girl takes the folds of her robe in hand and throws it off. See and learn one of the secrets of the Deep City. I am not human. Olympia displays her metallic, clearly inhuman form and continues her usual calm tones. Welcome in, Lord Mage. I've been thinking about adding a head pat redeem, but I've been procrastinating on that. So maybe stay tuned for that. Maybe I'll do that sometime this week while I'm working. Hello, welcome in though. I ask that you remain silent on the subject of everything you see here in the Deep City. Not only for my sake, but for the sake of your kind as well. Will you heed my master's request? This time, we are going to be promising not to tell anyone. Thank you. Now then, her tone shifts to something softer and more emotional than before. Follow me. I'll tell you how to return to Armor Road. There's a submagnetic pole here. Use it to be teleported instantly back to Armor Road. Olympia looks deep into your eyes and continues. When you return, tell the Senatus that the Deep City is only a myth, that it doesn't exist. When you touch the pillar of light, a bright, blinding flash suddenly envelops you. It is cool. I kind of wish it was handled in a different way, but it is what it is. One thing I wanted to point out that differed compared to the original DS release is on your New Game Plus, it does actually refresh all the quests as well as all the chests, and my understanding is that the DS version did not do that. Thankfully, it's pretty straightforward to just run through the dungeon and not worry about too much. I'm also going to be super lazy and throw it on to picnic difficulty as we do that, until we get to the boss fights that are unique to each playthrough. You've returned, Tigers. I heard that you disappeared into the depths of the sea. I want a full report. Omit not a single detail. I waited 100 years for this day. Yes, but it doesn't feel like it does. And it's actually a good thing. So basically each stratum is only 4 floors until you get to the 6th stratum, which is 5. So you stopped the current, struck down Kitos, and opened the path, yes? And you found the Deep City, I hope. That magnificent place sunk beneath the ocean's waves? No, we found nothing, lady. Are you sure? I would hate to think that you were lying to me. Kajura, what truly happened? They are, in fact, lying. I've no idea why. I followed closely behind them after they defeated that gigantic whale. I saw them enter a magnificent tree-watched city on the seabed, encased in a bubble of air. I don't know what reason you could have had to behave so, but this is no idle matter. If I tell you our reasons for searching for the Deep City, I'm sure you'll change your mind. So you are Guild Tigers, discoverers of the Deep City. I am indebted to you. I am the Princess of Armor Road, Gutrun. Finding the Deep City has long been my fondest wish. The royal records say it is a land cut off from Armor Road, sunk with our countrymen still living there. We do not know the reasons for its separation, or what power sustained its undersea existence. but I worry that the descendants of our people are now suffering in the depths of the ocean. I hear you attempted to conceal the Deep City's existence, likely at the behest of its denizens. But please, do not misunderstand. We only want to establish cordial relations with the Deep City. Thus, I'd like to send a missive and gifts to the Deep City on behalf of Amarode. I had Amarode's most reputable merchants prepare their finest gifts for the occasion. I've also selected a supervisor to deliver them. I'd like you to introduce her to you as well. Nice to meet you, explorers. Man, I'm struggling to recapture some of these voices. Nice to meet you, explorers. I'm the supervisor dispatched from Napier's farm. I prepared many gifts from imported fineries to traditional Amarode crafts. All are worthy of presentation to the king of the Deep City, I should think. Well then, I'll wait you at all of the outskirts of Amarode. Guide me well to the Deep City. Your task is clear. If I sent only her, the Deep City's denizens would tighten their guard. Please escort her to the gates of the Deep City. But before that, there is one more thing I must give you. It is meant to show my thanks for discovering the Deep City. Pocket change. Yeah, those quests are not super great either. That's why it's important to be consistent with doing your quests throughout the game. When the citizens of the Deep City read that letter, I'm sure they'll understand the situation. Please return to us once you've been to the Deep City to tell us all about it. Very intrigued. I think a lot of this dialogue is still the same, but I'm still going to cover the main story dialogue anyway. Are we all set to go to the Deep City? And then let's hurry up and go. If there's a city at the bottom of the sea, I can't wait to see it. I told you to forget about the Deep City. You have no reason to be here. You tell her that you have been appointed by Amarode's princess to bring a letter of friendship. On hearing that, Olympia tells you to wait where you are and runs off. Some time passes before the girl returns. She speaks quietly, her stare icy. The Abyssal King has given his permission. I will lead you to my liege. Olympia immediately turns and begins walking. You make haste to follow her. Thankfully 3 is not like that. You will have to do some quest chains if you want to unlock certain super bosses, but nothing in the 6th stratum is gated behind quest progression. Are you visitors from Amarode? I was told you brought a letter and offerings from their princess. I am the Abyssal King, sovereign of this deep city. Let us see what the princess has to say. I have here a manifest of the gifts I was entrusted by Princess Katrine to deliver to the Deep City. Here, I prefer if you gave it to the Abyssal King along with her letter. You hand over the letter and offerings. I wonder what would happen if you decline that, but I'm not in a mood to experiment. I see that this princess wishes to establish cordial relations. I see also that there are countless skilled explorers in Amarode investigating the labyrinth. There's more here besides, but it is a private matter and does not concern you. My response to these proposals cannot be a hasty one. I need time to consider this. I will allow you to stay in the Deep City for one full day as I ponder this letter. I will give my answer tomorrow. Be here then to receive it. So these are the explorers who defeated my dear Kitos. It would be child's play to deal with them here in my deep city with no one the wiser. But such a show of strength, I fear it may be counter to my aim of annihilating the Deep Ones. If they fail, then the matter is ended. These explorers and their power could be a fine tool. Welcome, explorers. You've come to the Twinkling Tavern. I've been told by the Abyssal King himself to prepare a room for everyone. May you rest well and have sweet dreams tonight. I'm gonna say just wait until you get to the 28th floor, I think. Hey Nuna, welcome on in. How you doing? Good morning, everyone. Did you have a good night's sleep? Well then, the Abyssal King awaits you at the Celestial Palace, if you'll just follow me. Ah, you've come. Did you sleep well last night, explorers? Let us dispense with idle talk. I will begin by telling you what must be done. I have already accepted the princess's proposals as laid out in the letter, under my terms. I will not open my gates to all and sundry, but certain explorers may enter my deep city. And I have one further request, which depends on your skills in making it as far as you have. It involves the deep city's future, but more than that, the future of all mankind. I cannot tell you the particulars, but it is tied to the reasons for the deep city's inception. If you will not accept that, I must find another. But your inquisitive mind and prodigious strength makes you my most desired candidate. I am grateful for your change of heart. Now then, the details of that request again. Our role here in this deep city is to war against those dreadful monsters, the Deep Ones. The Deep Ones are monsters that lurk in the abyss. They are sworn enemies to mankind. I could tell you all, but understanding would come easier if you were to see it yourself. The labyrinth extends beyond the deep city. There is a prison on B10F, the Hall of Conviction. Meet the Deep One in prison there. Once you grasp the nature of its existence, I will explain in my own words its intentions as well as what the future holds for mankind. But first, in praise for your bravery, I bequeath unto you a technique handed down in my city. It was devised to combat the Deep Ones and dramatically heighten a human's combat effectiveness. In addition to your original specialties, you may learn and use skills of other sorts. But words alone will not suffice to explain. I suggest you put it into practice. May fortune go with you, explorers. Subclass time! Yeah, no, the 28th floor is nasty. It's when they start introducing a lot of the problem enemies of the 6th stratum in EO2. The Abyssal King asked me to do my part to help out explorers like yourselves in the Deep City. The offering's all prepared, and my sister was excited. She gets that way about potential profit. Oh, yes. That skinflint in charge of Napier's firm is my elder sister. So I'll be running Napier's branch here. We have everything you'd expect from Napier's firm. I look forward to doing business with you. Alright. Let us move. Yeah, just the constant secret passages and whatnot. It's not a good time. Oh, are you talking about the door with the vines on it? You haven't missed anything. You will need to continue to explore the 28th floor, and in there will be a path that will lead to a switch. As you descend into the labyrinth, you find Olympia standing before you, her expression flat. I'm here on the Abyssal King's orders. I must explain about this labyrinth to you. The girl continues, her voice its usual monotonous tones. We are in the lowest point of the deep city. Further underground lies a cavern. It has existed since ages past. The point beyond the cavern is connected to the abyss. With this, Olympia turns her back to you while continuing her explanation. You will struggle against both monsters and the intense heat of the submarine volcano. It is dangerous, but you are no stranger to peril now. There should be nothing to fear. The girl turns to leave, saying, We'll speak again once you reach the 10th floor. You must challenge this new labyrinth and head for the Hall of Conviction on the 10th floor. Yeah, it is frustrating because it forces you to explore that floor rather significantly. And it's not very conducive to exploration, because if you take the wrong path, it's like just start over again, basically, is the method to that madness. That said, that is fairly typical for 6th Stratum exploration. We're going the wrong way. I would at the very least say that I prefer the brighter atmosphere, and I do really like the music. But I would say that it's a lot more challenging than Claret Hollows in terms of the enemy encounters. And the final floor does not help matters, I'll tell you that much. It has an interesting mechanic to it, but one of the random encounters there includes an enemy type that is considered a super boss in their own right. So it's just one of those things where, especially back on the DS version, where you didn't have the freedom of quick saves and whatnot. I'm gonna have to do this more intelligently. You would just be exploring the final floor, and then you just get bad luck with the encounters, and it's just like, okay, well now I get to wipe. Nice. Oh, god damn it. Oh well. We're on picnic, it's fine. Yeah, no, same here. Especially all the grinding that I had to do in Etrian Odyssey 2, I would not want to repeat that. RNG was incredibly unfavorable in that game when getting materials as well. If I'm not mistaken, once we get to the center here, we're going to be forced to exit. But I'll try and do it all in one shot if I can. Actually, no, I remember clearly now. It does not let us progress until we grab something from the Abyssal King. Blech. Yeah, Etrian Odyssey 2 is particularly egregious when it comes to just their expectations for the player in terms of grinding. Especially with the way that the retirement system works to raise the level cap. It was very much like, hey, this is the first time we're introducing this feature, and boy is it unpolished. And then you get to this game and it's like, oh, everything is kind of like the way it should have been in the first place. Wow. You tread the scorching floors of the large hall and enter a small room where Olympia waits. You are here. This is the Hall of Conviction, where the Deep One's god is imprisoned in seclusion. Olympia points to the door behind you and moves on. It seems the intense heat affects her little. Beyond the special door is the Hall of Conviction and the Deep One. Have a care. Olympia then produces a key and uses it to open the door before you. As you enter the door through the small room, a small figure stares at you from the corner. It appears human, yet aspects of it are clearly other. It looks somewhat like a young boy, but its crimson eyes glow eerily as they gaze at you. How long it's been since I last supped? It's an indistinct, hoarse voice, but as it mutters, you feel an intense sensation of menace. In an instant, monsters appear from nowhere at the child's feet and fall upon you. Yep. Not this game is Aliens. The child before you gazes at you with curiosity as you defeat the Piscine grotesqueries. Its eyes are filled with joy and wonder. It is clear that it takes delight in your presence. Despite its rapt expression, you wonder when its blood and flesh will again become monsters. You are not quite sure whether to draw arms and attack or attempt to parley with it. Let's quietly see how things go. I think the last time we went with this one. As you quietly observe the childlike being, it seems to eventually lose interest in you. If you come not as sacrifices to me, he hence. Contrary to all appearances, I am rather busy. The being you know as the Deep One then closes his eyes and ceases all movement. Now do you see? That is a Deep One, mankind's worst and most fearsome enemy. Olympia speaks, having apparently entered the room without noticing you. This childlike thing is their king, called the Eldest One. You have seen how it spawns. The Abyssal King captured it over 100 years ago. It has been sealed in this hall ever since. As Olympia tells you this, the Deep One smiles from time to time, listening with closed eyes. I am not king yet. In human terms, I would be something like a prince or princess. Olympia glares at the childlike being, then looks back to you and resumes her speech. You know now of the Deep Ones. Your duty to the Abyssal King has been discharged. Olympia then directs you to return to the Celestial Palace to meet with the Abyssal King. After looking once more at Olympia and the Deep One, you decide to quit this Hall of Horrors. That said, they do not explain much more about it until you do the true ending. Dun-da-da-da. So you've returned, explorers. Olympia tells me you met the Deep One and lived to tell the tale. What you met was their eldest one, a dreadful thing who dwells in the abyss and spawns young. When I learned of that threat as Amarod's last king, I fulfilled my duties to protect mankind. Ancient lore of the royal family speaks of evil presences lurking in that abyss. Our source was Yggdrasil, the mysterious yet wise tree that towers in the center of our city. Yggdrasil granted us with superior technology. In return, we sought to protect it from evil. I accepted and submerged a part of Amarod to the ocean's floor. We fight that evil to this day. Am I giving you too much to digest? It is important that you understand this matter. If you have any remaining doubts, then loosen your tongues. You're Amarod's last king? You have the right of it. As the only male heir from Amarod, I'm the last of the royal line. In a more peaceful time, I would have wed and lived a normal life. But the calamity that transpired 100 years ago forever changed my fate. According to Yggdrasil, that great quake caused the evil slumbering deep within the earth to awaken. At that time, the evil spawn rose to Amarod, resulting in many gruesome assaults on the people. Yggdrasil claimed that only by sinking to the abyss could I prevent the evil from stirring. I obeyed and submerged part of Amarod, along with soldiers who vowed to fight the evil with me. We did this to save hundreds, whose descendants still live above. Such is the duty of a king. What is Yggdrasil? Yggdrasil is the World Tree. It may be difficult to credit, but I can converse with Yggdrasil. Since ancient times, only those of Amarod's royal family have had this skill. It was knowledge gleaned from Yggdrasil that brought advanced technology to Amarod. But it is not necessary for you to believe me, so long as both Yggdrasil and I know. What is Olympia? Olympia is my faithful friend and servant. She is a powerful woman who supports me in my struggle. But that was not the intent of your question, was it? She is not human. Hers is a life born from the forbidden knowledge given to me by Yggdrasil. She moves and speaks as humans do, yet her strength is far mightier. Try and treat her as you would a normal person. What is this evil? The king of the deep ones I had you meet. Better to call it a god. For them, that is. For humanity, it may as well be a demon. The deep ones revere it, as it slumbers deep underground. Yggdrasil seals it from awakening and running amok. That is the large tree's chief purpose. Perhaps you think all this quite absurd, but remember what you saw below and try to understand. But I have not explained yet why only the Deep City deals with this evil. I shall now do so. The evil lurking in the abysses is aware of humanity and thrives on emotions such as fear. Should Amaro's populace learn of this evil's existence, even Yggdrasil could not hold it. And so, the fewer who know of the evil, the better, and that is why we of the Deep City hide ourselves. Now that you know this truth, you are honor-bound to join our struggle against the Deep Ones. But first, I should reward your service in traveling to the Hall of Conviction as I asked. Take this. It is also a king's duty to encourage fine work, after all. But I have a separate favor to ask. It is related to your guild. Hear my request. Good. Tell them, Olympia. Travelers from Amaron, your home. Travelers from Amaron, your home, have entered the Deep City. Some of you even passed the Hall of Conviction in the Third Stratum. Going as far as they have means provoking the Deep Ones. This is bad for all concerned. It would be better if you went to dissuade them rather than myself. That is all. And so we stand. I hope that you succeed in finding the trespassers and coaxing them away. Try to resolve this as peacefully as possible, and relying on your skill, explorers from Amaron. All right, back to business. We're gonna grab some shortcuts on the way to make things expedient, but for the most part, because we're just gonna be starting another new game plus after we finish here, I'm not gonna worry too much about that. I suppose we could have grabbed that shortcut. Oh well. I don't expect this will take too long. But then again, we're already 30 minutes in. So I'm thinking it's probably not going to take more than 4 hours, knock on wood, but we'll see. The thing that might kind of grind things to a halt a bit is how lucky we get with the conditional drop for the boss of the 4th stratum, which I've just learned is actually one of only 2 unique bosses on each playthrough. For some reason, I assumed that the boss of this stratum would differ between playthroughs, but apparently it doesn't. So hopefully the additional story details will be worth it. I'm not expecting a whole lot to change on this playthrough, but on the next, crossing my fingers. And then annoyingly, Kajura's gonna stop us here. As you walk the scorching caverns in the undersea volcano, a figure appears before you. I had thought to encounter the Deep City's soldiers, but it's only you. Come to stop me, huh? The young man Kajura's manner and smile are both insolent. I hadn't mentioned it, but in truth, the Senatus and I knew all about what goes on down here. We knew, yet we still sent explorers into the labyrinth in search of the deep city. It was all in anticipation of this day, says the young man while gazing at the lava. The princess is at the center of it all. The senatress and I fought so long, all for her sake. The young man has an oddly far-off look as he speaks, as if he is reminiscing. Listen well, Tacos. You do not know the truth of this matter, or who your real enemy is. Go to Amuro, listen to the princess of the at the center of this, then the truth will come to light. Kajura makes as if to leave the room, still speaking to you. Decide for yourselves what is true and what is worth fighting for. It can only come from you. If you understand, then go, mutters Kajura as he blocks your path without meeting your eye. Seems you have no choice now but to return to the Senatus and hear their case. Figure is standing within the scorching cavern as if awaiting your return. I thought I told you to go back to Amuro and listen to what the princess has to say, and decide on your own course of action from there. If you understand, then go, mutters Kajura as he blocks your path without meeting your eye. Seems you have no choice now but to return to the Senatus and hear their case. So just to make sure I don't mess this up, let's go to the Deep City real quick and see. Okay, no mission. How's the Deep City? I sent Kajura to investigate it, as well as what lies beyond. If you're here, I must assume you've spoken with him. Wait here. The princess was around a moment ago, saying she is feeling better now. Greetings, everyone. I heard you saw to it that my letter arrived safely. Thank you for that. As a result, Amuro's explorers and some of our citizens have been able to enter the Deep City. I hear that you yourselves have freely traveled between here and the Deep City. As you've accomplished so much, I must reveal some of what we have kept veiled thus far. I will tell you the reason for the schism between Amurode and the Deep City, the buried truth. Once you know the hidden history of Amurode, I would like you to reconsider your path. Shall I continue? Thank you. Then let me tell you the truth behind the calamity these 100 years ago. Before the calamity, Amurode had a guardian god known as Yggdrasil. That tree in the center of our city was no ordinary tree, but a highly intelligent entity. In return for its knowledge, the tree demanded that we humans wage war against its enemies. These enemies are the spawn and the minions of evil, the Deep Ones. Amurode's king learned that this evil is a threat not only to Yggdrasil, but to mankind. That legendary king from 100 years ago, Seyfried, decided he must take up arms against the evil. He sunk a portion of Amurode, as well as Yggdrasil, to the ocean floor to continue the fight there. All happened just as Yggdrasil said it would. And that was the calamity. Was the king justified in his actions? I have had my doubts. I'm trying several methods to deal with it on my own way. I'm sorry. It seems all this talking has exhausted me. Please ask Claudia to tell you the rest. My, that was rather long-winded. I bet you're tired out listening to it. But the princess is right. We have our own doubts. We have our doubts of what Master Seyfried did. What was it the best solution? If there is an evil threatening mankind, then mankind must band together to fight it. That's what the princess and I think, and that's why I'm using Kajura to find the Deep Ones. If we can defeat them, as well as whatever evil leads them, there will be no need for the Deep City. That's why I want you to go find Kajura and back him up. And tell that king in the Deep City, we intend to fight the Deep Ones, so don't get in our way. I thought I asked you to halt any intruders, but what business brings you here today? Ah, you've come to deliver a response from Amurode. Very well. Air it for all to hear. Slay the Deep Ones and their master with man's strength alone? They understand nothing. I have told you before, the evil feeds on human emotion, thereby increasing its own strength. The fewer who know it exists, the better for all. Those fighting it must have tremendous courage. You will not find such courage in the explorers of Amurode. I charge you with stopping this mad plan. I forget how this works. We have no option to accept a quest. So I guess we go and speak with Kajura again, and we give him our answer. Yeah, they definitely could have streamlined this process a lot. You know what, while we're here, we'll grab that shortcut too. The figure is standing within the scorching cavern as if awaiting your return. You've spoken with the princess then. Now you understand the true goals of her highness. And I assume you've also spoken with those in the deep city. They have their own desires. Kajura smiles slightly and begins pacing about. You are at the crossroads. I shall remain faithful to the princess. Where will your loyalties lie? Kajura fixes an intense gaze at you to impress the gravity of the situation before leaving. You vow to take his words to heart and think carefully about how to proceed from here. You have met with representatives from both cities and learned much from each faction. The time has come to accept the mission of the side that you feel is just, and lend them your strength. So we are going to grab Protect the Gatekeeper from the Deep City this time. Welcome back. I have another favor to ask of you. Olympia has discovered what these intruders are about. They hope to proceed into a deeper stratum. The Sanitists would say that the Deep Ones are their enemy, and have no intention of turning on us. But I have told you already the reasons why this will end in disaster. End this foolishness. Protect the Gatekeeper. The Gatekeeper guarding the portal between the Deep City and the lower reaches is a dangerous post. Ensure the Gatekeeper's safety. For a man alone to brave the depths and defeat the Deep Ones, what a foolhardy notion. You have seen the Deep Ones. Hundreds, thousands of them lurk in that abyss. And the evil that unifies them, it is too strong. Humans have no means to stand against it. Foolhardy indeed, but man is regrettably blind to his own foolishness. Before you leave on your mission, there is something I must caution you against. Past the undersea cavern is the colossal Gatekeeper, created by Yggdrasil to block the path. It has the power to block the Deep Ones from entering here. Humans haven't a prayer against it. For now, we use its power to buy time until the day we may use Yggdrasil's power in true battle. Hence, you must go to any lengths to ensure the invader does not reach and destroy the Gatekeeper. If, for any reason, the invader is allowed to slay the Gatekeeper, our plans must be reconsidered. Should this come to pass, report to me at once. I will be here praying if it does not. That is the long and the short of this mission. Your task is an urgent one. Do not fail us. Alright. You got anything to say? No? Alright. Let's save it. Sort of. If you want to unlock the Shogun class, you need to do the Armor Road route. If you want to unlock the Yggdroid, you need to do the Deep City route. And if you want lore, you need to do the true ending. I think the real answer is that they kind of wanted the true ending to be a bit of a secret, because it's not really intuitive. Yeah, Shogun is so good. And you... What? Why did that happen? That was weird. I mean, we're going to be showing it off later. But basically, you just need to do some contrary things, and then you'll pick one of the 2 quests that we just grabbed. It doesn't really matter which one you take. However, the boss that appears in the 4th stratum, apparently, if you do the Deep City route, that boss will stay unlocked permanently on any successive playthroughs. But the boss from the Armor Road route will only appear in your playthrough if you chose the Defeat the Gatekeeper quest. So on our true ending playthrough, we're going to be doing that one, just so that we can get all the options. But basically, choosing to keep the secret of the Deep City gets you 1 item, and telling the Senatus about the existence of the Deep City gets you a different item. So like I said, you have to do 2 contrary things: agree to keep the secret and then spill the beans anyway, to get those 2 items. And then basically, after you complete the 4th stratum, you need to avoid taking the mission for the final stratum, and instead you go back to the Eldest one in his little room there, and you need to have those 2 items and then you won't get a final mission, but you'll be given items necessary to proceed with the true ending at that point. And you actually take a different, instead of exploring the 5th stratum, you enter into a different room in the 4th stratum. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, there are some cool things you can do with the Igdroid. It's definitely a powerful class, but it's also much more technical. The Shogun it offers a lot of fun things, like, right out of the box. So I will always infinitely prefer the Shogun. Also, in a lot of ways, it basically takes the things that I like about the Buccaneer and then just kind of improves all of them. There's also another problem with the Igdroid, in that the Igdroid cannot be used as a subclass. So unless you want an Igdroid primary, there's no reason to grab that class first, as far as I'm concerned. Sometimes it's not even a matter of complexity. Sometimes it's just like really arbitrary, and it's like, why would you make it like this? There's a lot of true endings in JRPGs are basically like, yeah, do this thing that nobody in the right mind would actually do. But the Igdroid, it can't be used as a subclass. Which is very strange to me, but I guess the logic is that because the Igdroid's abilities involve its body, being what it is, it's technically, you could argue that the Yggdrasil is the first, like, race-specific kind of situation. Where are we going here? Yeah, no, the Aegis portrait is quite nice. It's possible that may even be a hint at the series being more intertwined than first thought, but who's to say? All right. So as much as I'd like to unlock that other shortcut, I'm not gonna bother. As you weave your way through the scorching labyrinth, you come across a familiar figure. So we meet again. But this time, we appear to be on opposite sides of the matter. The young man smiles sardonically and continues, his gaze aimed at the door further in. If we follow divergent paths, so be it. But if you think you can stop me... With that, Kajura lays a hand on the katana on his shoulder and lets fly with a piercing aura. In response, you tighten your guard, to which Kajura reacts with a crooked smile. You are sorely mistaken, Guild Tigers. As you are distracted by his aura, Kajura throws open the door behind him and rushes through. If you leave him be, he could destroy the gatekeeper. You must give chase and stop him from proceeding any further before that happens. As you enter the room, you see a gigantic construct covered in steel looking about the area. It must be the colossal gatekeeper dispatched to prevent an incursion by the Deep Ones. What you do not see in the room, however, is any sign of Kajura. And to make matters worse, the colossal construct catches sight of you, making a dire sound. Its eyes gleam and it rumbles slowly into motion, coming unmistakably for you. Like it or not, the gatekeeper has perceived you as a threat, and combat is now unavoidable. This is actually a nice touch, because previously it would just kind of sit there and do nothing. This is actually a really interesting sort of cinematic moment. Again, love this battle theme. But again, we are, after all, playing on Picnic. Bye. You used all your might to stop the seemingly inexhaustible construct. Looking around, Kajura is still nowhere to be seen. He must have fled after using you as a decoy. You mull over whether you should report to the Abyssal King or attempt to pursue Kajura. And I like that text because it actually suggests, like, hey, you might want to go. Oh, actually, hey, this is convenient. We can actually go here and unlock that shortcut. That makes me feel better. Because normally it's just like, do you want to go ahead or do you want to just go back to Armor Road? And it's just like, well, why? Like, I'm literally about to unlock a new submagnetic pole. Yeah, 3 and 4, I think, have the best OSTs. That said, the additional final boss that was added in Etrian Odyssey Untold, I recently discovered its battle theme is a banger. Like, possibly my favorite song in the series. That and the last song we need to hear for this game are my two favorites. We've not heard it yet, so I'm excited to get to it. On that note, so back in Etrian Odyssey 1, when we fought Primeval, there was a unique battle theme for it, and it was really good. Turns out that in the DS version of Etrian Odyssey 1, that song was unused. You just heard regular boss music for Primeval, or maybe the final boss music was reused. I don't know. I didn't double check. So when Etrian Odyssey Untold was made, they took that opportunity to go back and make an orchestral version of it. And then if you swept to the FM music, you finally got to hear the unused song for the very first time. And they decided, when making the HD version, let's just take that FM song and make it the boss theme for Primeval. So now this unused music from the DS version is now part of the HD collection going forward. That's your experience when you fight Primeval, and that is super hype because that was a really good boss theme. And for anyone who cares, the boss theme in question is called "The Battlefield That Never Sleeps." And then apparently in Untold, it was remixed as an orchestral version called With Much at Stake. Which also just further reiterates why I didn't like Etrian Odyssey 2, because you have all of this difficult stuff, and then you get to the super boss of that game, and then it just uses the regular boss music. And I'm just like, oh, this is a huge downer. I just feel like everything about Etrian Odyssey 2 was undercooked. I suppose going back in the day, like I actually recently went and I revisited the games on the DS just to check a few things about like my original parties and whatnot. And it was a surprise to me that in Etrian Odyssey 1 you couldn't even use the triggers, the shoulder buttons on the DS to swap between party members. That was something they added in 2. And so like 2 added a bunch of like no-brainer stuff as far as quality of life is concerned, but then introduced a whole bunch of quality of death, let's say. And then Etrian Odyssey 3 is like, no, let's fix all that shit. Let's fix everything. Let's fix literally everything, and then add new things that nobody knew they wanted. So the invader lured you into a trap, forcing you yourselves to fell the gatekeeper. I see little reason to dwell on the mistake. What we must do now is determine how best to proceed. Beyond the gatekeeper's posting is a path leading to the Abyssal Shrine, now a nest of deep ones. Any ordinary human who strays into that place will immediately fall prey to those fiends. What does that man expect to do if he ventures forth? I admit, I am somewhat troubled, but I must thank you for the attempt, failed or not. Keep up the effort. Okay, I think that context is actually really interesting that I don't think we got on the Armor Road route. Now that this is contextualized as the 4th stratum being the territory of the Deep Ones, that suddenly makes a lot of sense why everything's so kind of alien there. And, you know, with the presence of the Aztec architecture and how some Aztec stuff IRL is thought to be made by aliens or whatever. And then you get past the Deep Ones to the base of Yggdrasil, basically, and it's like, oh, now suddenly you're fighting enemies from Etrian Odyssey 1 again. Just a bunch of forest creatures and plants. Yeah, I wish I remembered more about Untold. It's one of those things where I would be super down to play Untold. I don't know if I care enough to play Untold 2, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, there wasn't really a whole lot that could be done to improve on Etrian Odyssey 3. Like, I'll be honest. As much as I would like that to happen someday, I would rather have 4 and 5 be remastered. If they were going to do Untold 1, I would rather they did it as like a DLC for this, rather than make a whole big deal about like 1 and 2 Untold coming back, you know? Hold, for I have another reward for you. It will help considerably in your future investigations. I shall dispatch loyal soldiers, similar in design to Olympia, known as Yggdroids. They are powerful mechanical soldiers, created by the supreme intellect of Yggdrasil. Whether they ease your burden all depends on you. Try not to fail us next time, Yggdroid Plan. You may now register Yggdroids, new party members at the Explorers Guild. Once you've recruited a mechanical ally and prepared yourself, I'll need your help once more. I have a task for you inside the Undersea Shrine where the Deep Ones dwell. But first, rest. A new mission is available. See, I think my issue with the Yggdroids is that Olympia looks like a Newman from the Phantasy Star series, another long-running Sega RPG franchise. I know this is Atlas, but now they're owned by Sega, so whatever. Also, this game basically has Sega Genesis music, so I'm considering very similar. As well as first-person dungeon exploration. The Phantasy Star games did that first. And then you get the Yig droids, and they're all these weird floaty people. And it's just like, man, I just wish I could get some characters that look like Olympia and that are like bipedal and have claws and stuff. You know? I've heard that the balancing in Etrian Odyssey 2 Untold is better. I'd be curious, but I don't know if I would be comfortable committing to a full playthrough of it in case it ends up being just as much of a disaster as the original. And yeah, the story mode is very cool. I can tell you that much from what I remember. Decipher the shrine's mysteries. A facility used by the Abyssal King to communicate with Yggdrasil somewhere in the Abyssal Shrine. Find that place and hear the voice of Yggdrasil. So, you accept the mission? Then allow me to provide further clarification. I have mentioned that the Undersea Shrine, where the Deep One's nest, has been trespassed. But that does not necessarily mean open war with the Deep Ones. This mission comes with a lesson. What one sees before one is not always the truth. Remember that. Olympia shall explain further at the entrance to the Abyssal Shrine. Now we're going to the guild. Register. Yggdroid, an anti-evil weapon made by Yggdrasil and the Abyssal King. Its power is unmatched by any human. Balanced defensive from the front line. And we already have a bit of a reservation for one of these guys, for my buddy Ice Thrasher. I don't know what sprite he would favor. I mean, if they remade it, they would probably add the new portraits in anyway. Yeah, there they are. Let's see. Wait, is this the one? Oh yeah, this is the one with the Nahobino. Nice. See, that's another good portrait. See, the thing is, I wanna do a playthrough of Shin Megami Tensei 5, but apparently there's a special edition or a definitive edition of it coming out, and I bet you it's gonna be on Steam and PS4 and all that. So I would rather just wait for that because the game kind of chugs on Switch. Yeah, there have been leaks. Let's see. I think for now we'll go with this sprite. And we'll ask Ice once he comes around if he wants to choose something different. There you go. Okay. So now we got our Yggdroid. Because, like, as much as I enjoy Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, I'm not sure if that's something I want to keep playing on stream or not. I did a for my Subathon earlier in the year. I did a Nuzlocke run of that, and I pretty much got up to the point where I played it casually until catastrophe struck and like almost our entire party got wiped. So in like one fight. I'd rather own it legit. I don't want to emulate anything that I play on stream. That's just a me thing. Where are you, Olympia? There we go. As you proceed through the clearly man-made labyrinth, a familiar figure appears before you. I've been waiting for you, says the inhuman Olympia as she approaches. This is a method for seeing that which cannot be seen. It will be vital in completing your task. Olympia holds out a pouch with tightly shut drawstrings for you to take. This is power of Ibn Ghazi. You will require it to read a certain engraving. This engraving is deep within the temple, somewhere on the 15th floor. Head there first. After the girl finishes her blunt instructions, she immediately makes as if to leave. That which is concealed can be painful. Man pursues the truth nevertheless. You too will face a painful truth. He will require your full cooperation regardless. The girl leaves you alone with your thoughts. Yeah, I never got that far, unfortunately. See, the thing is, back on the day, on the PS2, I got stuck on the Matador. When the HD version came out, my goal specifically with the time that I had available to play that was to at least beat the Matador. And I did that. And then I shelved it because I had other stuff to play. So, pat on the back for me for beating the Matador. And then I got to whatever town is like immediately after that. But I forget. It was like Shinjuku or something. And then basically, when I did my Nuzlocke, we got up to that one boss that you fight in when you're trying to get that pass from Loki. And our high pixie died, and then everyone else died except for me, except for the protagonist. And then I was just like, it's kind of a downer. No. It's fine. You were vague enough, and I know more than enough about not so much where the plot goes necessarily, but where the game content goes. So do not worry about it. It's cool. Yeah, Matador is definitely like a newbie stomper. But it's not like you have to fight it then and there. Yeah, I don't even want to imagine what that's like. So I wonder if the location on the 15th floor is going to be in the same place that we needed the flowers on the Armor Road route. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that's always a huge thing in Shin Megami Tensei games. Like, in so many other games, buffs and debuffs are not as critical as they are in Shin Megami Tensei and Persona and so on and so forth. You descend the stairs to the 15th floor where the engraving Olympia spoke of should be found. You look around and feel her presence behind you, as if she had always been close by. Taigaskin's arrival confirmed. I will proceed to explain the engraving. Olympia's speech is her usual mechanical monotone. This was once part of Armor Road. The Abyssal King used it to carry out Yggdrasil's festival rite. Since the calamity, it has been abandoned to the Deep Ones as their nest, however. The engraving was Yggdrasil's means of communicating with men, including the Abyssal King. Read it, and you will understand the Abyssal King's words, as well as Yggdrasil's way of thinking. The engraving is to the north. It is still inscribed in that hall. Employ the powder there. With that, Olympia leaves, as if there is nothing left to say. You consider searching for the northern hall Olympia spoke of, but there's more to explore. So either that means this thing? No. Or the usual hallway. Fair enough. Yeah, Shin Megami Tensei 4 I never was that interested in because it's on the DS. I can be very simple-minded when it comes to that sort of thing. Like, I'm sure it's great, but it just really didn't appeal to me. I was never a big portable gamer, so undertaking a long handheld game like that was never desirable for me. Apart, like, Etrian Odyssey was kind of the exception. You reach the rectangular room in the northern area of the floor. As seen elsewhere, pictures of the Deep Ones are drawn on the walls, but you see no telltale engraving. Still, the hall's location is consistent with the place Olympia spoke of. It may be best to give this hall a thorough examination. You stand before the engraving and inspect it for any clues, but you see only the now familiar etchings of Deep Ones with no writing anywhere to be found. Suddenly, you recall the mysterious powder of Ibn Ghazi you received from Olympia. It occurs to you that using the powder here may reveal what you seek. You toss some powder at the wall before you, but there is no discernible effect. It seems there is nothing here. You decide to move to another wall and try using the powder there. When you spread the powder around you, your field of vision warps and flickers. Mysterious letters float, revealed, underneath the paint on the wall. It's a written language utterly unknown to you, but a strange voice in your head translates. I am the entity Yggdrasil. I came to this world by the pitch-black sea, as did the evil. Space tree! It's a space tree! Tigers, you are here by my will, because there is knowledge you must receive. The Deep Ones, servants of the evil, would try to defeat me to protect their master. For this, the Deep Ones have devised a method to control a human through the evil's blood. By their proxy, they scheme to catch the Abyssal Kings unawares and destroy me. The human you know in Amarode is evil-ridden. It is using your kind to attempt to slay me. Remember well that evil's blood warps humans and turns them foul. Your eyes will deceive you. The seeming auditory hallucination suddenly disappears and your senses return to normal. It seems the effects of the power of Ibn Ghazi have worn off. Having fulfilled your mission to read the engraving, you should return to the Celestial Palace. Oops, that's the wrong menu. I mean, it is underwater. Because it's below the deep city, and underneath the magma caves. I want you to take this. It's most likely in the Abyssal King's best interests. Obtain Starry Shard. He once searched for a porcelain offering. He said he promised a loved one he'd find it. The porcelain offering is formed from starry crystals. My liege gathered them in his spare time. But that was long ago. The Abyssal King has forgotten everything but his struggle. That is why I don't think he'll need this any longer. Still, I feel that my liege always regretted never being able to give this to his loved one. So take it with you, that is all. You've returned. Then you must know the truth of those from Amarode. They claim they will vanquish the evil, and even now advance toward the Abyssal Shrine. There is more you do not know. Olympia has witnessed something you should be aware of. The man, called Kajura of Amarode, was searching for a flower that blossoms in the shrine. Its name is the Amaranthus, and to you it is a poisonous blossom. But to the Deep Ones, it is nourishment and sustenance. This lends credence to my suspicion. I bear no enmity toward man. Amarode is my native country. I have no wish to harm its people. Thus, I cannot turn a blind eye to the Deep One, which has seized control of an innocent human. I am currently considering how best to save the people of Amarode from the Deep Ones. Once you have rested, I will call on you to be the ones to see this plan to fruition. I have here your rightful reward for your work. I grant it gladly. These are still providing decent experience on New Game Plus. I'm surprised. Locate the teleporter. There's a teleportation device from the 4th stratum that leads to the Porcelain Forest. I want you to find it so we can protect the city of Amarode. The time has come for me to explain the plan to subjugate the Deep Ones. You are aware that there is a Deep One in Amarode as well, are you not? Some believe that this impostor is truly human, making it difficult to slay as a result. Worse, the impostor is of high rank in Amarode and holds great sway there. I have given this some thought, and I think it best to strike in small numbers at an isolated location. For that, we will require a device allowing us to teleport. It is very much like the submagnetic. It is very like the submagnetic pole. When I was Amarode's master, these devices were commonplace. One such device rests deep within the Abyssal Shrine, providing a direct path to the Royal Forest. I would like for you to find this particular device, that we might enact the first stage of the plan. If you succeed, we may infiltrate in secret and slay the lurking Deep One, thereby restoring peace. The future of mankind and the harmony of the world all rests on your actions. Now go forth. Whew, that's a lot of reading. So now we're going to dial the difficulty back up because we're going to be fighting one of the unique bosses. I see you, pass it on. But we got no time for grinding. Yep, quests and missions both provide experience. FOEs provide experience again. They even have those Pasadon, which later give you a very reliable experience farm. So, like, pretty much everything in this game is, like, stellar. The only complaint I have is that I think the chase skills for the Buccaneer should have been handled better. Just because I feel like once you get the Shogun, they kind of invalidate the Buccaneer in a lot of ways. It is not recommended because, so the thing about the Buccaneer is that its special skill, its class skill, reduces TP costs, whereas the Shogun gets second sword, which if you equip 2 weapons, you now get double the attacks on 5-ring sword and normal attacks, and you can combine that with the Buccaneer's swashbuckling move to potentially normal attack up to 8 times in a turn. And when you fully max it out, 5-ring sword, I believe, becomes more optimal than pincushion and requires less skill point investment. They're both pretty similar because pincushion receives a rather large damage boost from the agility stat, which is high for both the Shogun and the Buccaneer. But in general, Shogun Buccaneer is a much better combination than the other way around. It's just a combination of the fact that the Buccaneer is really suboptimal in terms of skill point usage because the rapier chase skills and the gun chase skills are split into 3 different types. And unlike the Lance Connect in Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2, the chase skills do not perform the same damage type. So rapier and gun both do pierce damage, and no matter what attack type you're chasing, you will be doing pierce damage. So even if you're chasing fire attacks, you're going to do pierce damage. And that's not great in terms of utility, as far as I'm concerned. So if I were to redesign the Buccaneer, I would make it very simple in that I would make the rapier chase skill chase physical, and I would make the gun chase skill chase elemental. But then there are also some oddities in that, so the Arbalist has these barrage skills which deal strike and fire damage to all enemies. So you would think that if we go over to our Buccaneer here and give them chase blow, then he would then chase every enemy attacked by the barrage skill. No, unfortunately that does not work. Barrage skills can only be chased by gun skills. Even though they do strike damage, and this should work, you have to use the appropriate elemental type to follow up on the Arbalest barrage skills. And I don't believe this is the case for other skills like Blitz Ritter and Freezing Blow. I believe if you have Chase Pierce and Chase Blow, you will still follow up on those kinds of moves. Yeah, no, the Buccaneer actually has no capability of dealing elemental damage whatsoever on its own. Right, what is the optimal path again? Yeah, that's my biggest complaint in that it looks like it has a lot of options, but the truth of the matter is it is incredibly restrictive. It has a lot of things to spend skill points on, but you won't really be using those skills. So it's good as a high agility, like, melee attacker, but it has probably the worst chase skills in the franchise. Yeah, no, I love the... I'm kind of kicking myself because there's a Japanese online store called Animate, and they were actually selling acrylic stands based on the various portraits from the HD collection, and I was thinking of grabbing the one based on the Buccaneer portrait that I like. Because if you recall, I had a friend, my artist friend Kirsten, who is listed in the credits below on my About page, made some Etrian Odyssey inspired portraits for myself. I'm just going to do this in the most lazy way possible. Models... There we go. So I've got both one that is themed as if my character design was an Etrian Odyssey character, and then again, this is just because I've done this in the most lazy way possible. I also have art based on me, but as a Buccaneer. Yeah. But it was like, hold on, I just need to undo what I just did here. Inactive. There we go. But it was like 16 bucks, and then I'd also have to pay like probably $20 worth of shipping, and I just kind of waffled on the decision. It had a fairly short pre-order time, and they weren't going to be doing any restocks, so just like it was just kind of a shitty situation. What further added salt into the wound is that now Atlas is advertising like a giveaway of a quote-unquote chess set, which is basically just like a tiled mat with a bunch of either magnetic or something symbols from like the mapping. Like you get all these, and then they also have those acrylic stands, and they're just giving them away. But they're exclusive to U.S. residents, and I'm in Canada, so I can't apply for that contest. They're also giving away a little sling bag with it as well. So if you live in the U.S. and you want some Etrian Odyssey swag, go to Atlas USA's Twitter feed. But And unfortunately, I cannot partake. But yeah, it's one of those things where when it comes to acrylic stands, if possible, I like to get 2 of them. And that was another part of what was causing me to... Yeah, that happens with a lot of... because of shipping costs, which are not getting any cheaper. And also they always have to exclude Quebec because Quebec has a law against gambling. You cannot win anything by chance. So yeah, there's a bunch of weird stuff. As you proceed through the undersea shrine, you notice that the door before you is slightly ajar. Listening carefully, you hear footsteps and a conversation in progress. It is possible that deep ones, or worse, may be ahead. Use the utmost caution when going forth. As you march through the hall, you discover a faint glow emanating from a mysterious device. It can only be the teleportation device which the Abyssal King directed you to find. However, the moment you attempt to approach it, you detect an aura of intense menace from behind. You turn to face it, finding the young man standing there with his katana already in hand. Hello again. I didn't think you'd really come. It seems you're not, but the Deep City's lapdogs now. Kajura continues to mutter a string of curses as he closes in on you, his katana held threateningly. You are free to leave, but if you persist in advancing, I will hold back no longer. With battle seeming inevitable, you ready your weapons when a familiar voice sounds from behind you. Agas, I've received orders to protect you. The girl moves as if to shield you from Kajura, fearlessly taking an aggressive stance toward him. The Abyssal King's directive is to eliminate all in our path. With these chilling words, Olympia steps forth as Kajura laughs coldly. Interesting. You're no human, I know that much. Let's see what power you hide in that frame. With a loud cry, Kajura produces something from his sleeve and throws it at your feet. This legendary beast was brought from the eastern continent. It has power enough to slay you all. Proof of Kajura's words arrives in the form of a beast coalescing from the smoke. You have no path forward, save for that directly through this legendary beast. Draw your weapons and slay the beast confronting you. Shin has appeared. Her clothing has disappeared. God damn it, mod is too fast now. All right. So the important thing here is we do need to bind her head before we defeat her. Oh, we've been cursed. It's a pretty good turn. Let's go for it. Who cares? Defend the back line. Ow. Oh god, of course. Ow. Hey, that was perfect RNG. Okay. Now is when we need to try and bind her. Ah, okay. Okay, so she's very, ailment heavy. Yeah, technically, farmers are the only, like, super dedicated bind character. There are some beasts that wildlings can summon that can bind. Otherwise, your bind skills are kind of split across different classes. Like, ninjas can bind legs, buccaneers can bind the head, gladiators can bind the arms. Perfect. Okay. Now just remain bound for the remainder of the turn, and we're Gucci. Yeah, here we go. Mumyoken! Everybody gets to attack now. Kablam. Full Moon Crown. Unfortunately, we didn't get the other drop. After a pitched battle, you bested the legendary beast. From behind you, however, you can hear ragged breathing from the two master combatants. You turn to see Olympia and Kajura facing each other, each suffering from severe wounds. You're stronger than I counted on. You are a match not only for me, but Shin as well. Kajura glances towards you. His eyes betray his realization of his precarious situation. I stand to gain nothing here. With this, Kajura takes a quick leap back, fleeing from the room. You needn't give chase. Our priority is to gain control of the teleportation device. Olympia slowly approaches you. Her chassis is shattered, and she seems to have difficulty moving. With this in hand, we are capable of infiltrating the royal forest in the depths of Armor Road. You must inform the Abyssal King. Do what he asks. Help him. I will catch up later. The girl mutters to herself before handing you a key. You might consider this a token of my gratitude for cooperating with the Abyssal King. Moon Key. I am finished speaking. Do not concern yourself with me. Make your report to the Abyssal King. You can obey Olympia's directive and report to the Celestial Palace, or check the teleportation device. Zoop. Yeah, that's kind of their only purpose. They are very much utility focused, and that's kind of all they're good for. And the reason I say that they're bind focused is because pretty much their only two combat abilities is they can put all enemies and themselves to sleep, and they can apply binds to the entire enemy party, and those binds both afflict all enemies and have a random chance of triggering all three binds. With, as far as I understand, equal chance, but they're applied in a specific order. Which is going to be important when we fight the final Sequest boss. But I'll try and talk about that at a later date, because I'll need to refresh my memory as to what that order is. I know head is first. I don't know if it's head, legs, head, arms, legs, or head, legs, arms, but it always attempts to bind the head first. But we shall sell all this stuff we've been gathering. Now we got the Ame no Makagoyumi. And we've restocked our Hayakaze. Alright. Go to the Deep City. Report our results. We are going to have to rest for 14 days at some point and refight Shin to get the standard drop. So you have won the teleportation device for us. Well done. This is only possible due to your efforts. With this, we enter the terminal phase of the plot to exterminate the Deep Ones. You may accept the new mission when you are ready. I have here another reward for you as well in honor of your work. Use it to prepare yourselves. Yeah, just in case something goes wrong with New Game Plus. Hunt for the Porcelain Lady. The princess hiding in the Porcelain Forest has been possessed by a Deep One and is no longer human. You must find her and slay her to keep Armor Road safe. This will be your final mission. Go about it carefully. First, you'll need this. Royal Seal. The Porcelain Forest is the royal family's sanctuary. You may enter. That will hold true for you too. That crest will prove useful in gaining entry. It holds the power to nullify the forest barrier. Once you enter, the task I put to you is to subjugate the Deep One lurking deep within the forest. It is a crafty villain. It wears human form and adopts human manners. Let not its form deceive you. Slay the princess possessed by the Deep One to save Armor Road. Afterward, you may do as you wish. You have done much to aid our mission. I thank you. Alright. Let's knock that difficulty back down. And we'll just coast for a little bit, you know? Just have a good time. I mean, the Senatists can't announce to the people what is really going on in the labyrinth. So everything's kind of on the down low. Oh, wait. I forgot something important. We remembered this very late on our first playthrough. And that we can go back and have a conversation with the Eldest one. You use the key you were given to re-enter the Hall of Conviction. The outwardly human, yet utterly alien creature is there, staring at you as before. You. The time for conversation is long past. Our course is set. The Eldest One turns its gaze haughtily from you. It seems it has nothing else to say. You decide to act in deference to the unnerving creature and leave this place. I'll be coming back for you. Before long. Alright. So yeah, it looks like this first run here is going to take about 2 hours total, if that. Which, honestly, not that bad. So I think I was kind of like right on the money with my estimate. I was thinking of doing something else after this, but I'm not sure if I'll be up for that or not. Okay, so what happens here? As you proceed through the pristine porcelain forest, a vast hall comes into view. Deep within that vast space, you spot a figure watching you. You dare violate these halls? Mutters the figure. The young man gives a shrill whistle before you lose sight of him in the forest. Instantly, a monster with gigantic sickled arms appears near the hall's center. The choice is yours, whether to subdue it by force or attempt to maneuver around it. Bye. Or not. Oh well. Bear the full force of picnic difficulty. Wait, no, that's not where we need to go. Just kind of moving on autopilot there. Yeah, the presence of so many shortcuts in this game makes exploration so much nicer. And like I said, they really made the sixth stratum just feel like another stratum. Yeah, it has some of the most, challenging gimmicks to deal with, sure, but it really approached a much healthier balance without reducing the difficulty. The thing is, though, is I would disagree with you there. For the most part, a lot of these shortcuts are really intuitive. Now, yes, some of the ones in here. So, like, here's just a quick example because we're here. I remember very acutely when I was playing through here. I was, we went through all the zone and we were exploring through here, and I was thinking to myself, "Oh, hey, we happen to be getting very close to a place we've been by before. It would be really funny if there was a shortcut here, wouldn't there be?" And I just kind of faced this wall, and I went from right to left, and sure enough, there was a shortcut there. Pretty much, you just need to intuit, like, hey, you're one tile away from where you were previously, and you've made it a reasonable, like, checkpoints distance into the floor. Maybe start checking the walls. I would say that the secret passage locations in the previous games were much more difficult to suss out, especially considering how inconsistent they would be sometimes. And there were just some floors that just didn't have them. Or at least if they did, they weren't kind of the ones that you wanted. Now they're just kind of like, you know what, there's no reason why not to just go ham on all this. Yeah. Nope, that's the wrong way. Like, and we also need to talk about the fact that as a DS game, I don't think the first two games had suspend saves. It's possible 2 might have added that, but I don't think the original game had a suspend save system. For a game like this to have these frequent shortcuts that basically act as checkpoints, that was huge. Yeah. Oh, we're just gonna fight these guys. Yeah. See, and that makes sense to me, because suspense saving seems like a no-brainer thing for a game like this. So it makes sense to me that Etrian Odyssey 1 didn't have those things, but it was such a basic thing for 2 to add. But that's kind of my complaint about 2, is that it was very much the bare minimum. What's gonna happen in this next room here? As you walk through an open region of the White Forest, a young man suddenly appears before you. Can nothing sway you? The young man's voice is serious, as if probing for a final chance for a peaceful resolution. However, Kajira seems to realize from your reaction that the point of no return is long past. An idle question, I suppose. Then perish, like the dew of the forest. That's what it's referencing. The track of the final stratum is called Perish Like the Morning Dew. That's cool. I'm gonna screenshot that, actually. Concurrently with his cry, a horde of monsters with tremendous sickles appears around the hall. Your mind races over the question of whether to dodge the fiends or force your way through. Also, whoopsies, I'm just noticing that I had this placed incorrectly. Oh, well, we fixed it now. Hey, love. How you doing? You having a good night? I hope so. Nice. Are you guys still doing private matches, or have you started venturing out into like public matches? Yeah, I keep meaning to play Final Fantasy 1 in the Pixel remasters, but I am waiting for them to bring the fonts from the console version. Because that's apparently something that they're working on, just hasn't been done yet. Nice. Hope you haven't run into any toxic killers. Alright. What is the best way to navigate this floor? We gotta go this way because it's the daytime. Yeah, so when they so the Pixel remaster has not a great font on the PC version. There are mods that can fix that, but it's still not quite to my tastes. When the console ports of the Pixel remaster came out, they updated the font so that they are now made like pixel perfect, what they look like on the NES. And I'm waiting for those fonts to be brought back to the PC version. Okay, we need to go this way. And it could potentially be in beta testing right now. There was a recent debugging update, apparently. But nobody knows what's in the content for that. It's just something that people saw on SteamDB. And I know some of the other ones are great, but I've already watched a playthrough of Final Fantasy VI. And I played Final Fantasy 1 as a kid, so that's what I have nostalgia for. Yep, that's the correct play. No, the mods still work. I'm saying I'm waiting for the official font patch to make it in there, because I'm not a big fan of installing mods if I can avoid it. There are some rare exceptions that I will make, like for example when I eventually get around to playing Final Fantasy 13, there are some up-res mods for that. I think will make that look a lot better. Because unfortunately they decided to port the 360 version with the lower quality FMVs. So you needed there's like a separate mod that brings the higher quality FMVs from the PS3 version to PC, as well as just high-res textures and stuff. It was really just kind of a stupid situation. Yeah, for me, because Final Fantasy 1 is another game where you're making your own party with you know, D&D inspired character classes. It's a game I have nostalgia for. It's no Etrian Odyssey, but still pretty rad. Uh-oh. That was the wrong way. Blech. I think I read that direction wrong. Or I took one step too many. Yeah, I mean, that was the case back in the day. I think Dragon Quest 1 was the same. There we go. Speaking of, I'm upset because the port of Dragon Quest 1 on the Switch is just a port of the mobile version. And has like a orchestral music soundtrack, which isn't bad, but it's not the nostalgia I was looking for. And then it has these ugly, like mobile version sprites instead of the original 8-bit visuals. It just looks like garbage. Let's see. So I'm very excited for the HD 2D version of Dragon Quest 3 that's in the works. Yeah, I don't know what the route you need to follow is to avoid these guys. It's much more difficult to avoid them than in Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2. What did you see on your Google feed? Yeah. Right, because they recently mentioned that it's still being worked on, because understandably people had their doubts. Because, like, that game has been in development since before Octopath Traveler 2, I want to say, because they made Octopath Traveler 2 and they're like, oh, this is super successful. Let's make more of these. Starting with Dragon Quest 3, and I was like, great. And now they've made Octopath Traveler 2, they've made Live Alive, they made, they're about to release Star Ocean 2, technically there is the opera scene from Final Fantasy VI in the Pixel Remaster, they use the HD 2D visuals for that. But like the game that was supposed to feature them after Octopath Traveler just is still suspiciously absent. Yeah, no, it's really cool. It was a nice touch. They wanted to, because that was such a meaningful scene for a lot of people, they wanted to improve it in some way without upsetting anyone. Yeah, I want to play Octopath Traveler 1, but I cannot get over the current price that it is on Steam. Like, I'm not paying that much for that. Like, calm down, Square Enix. It's interesting how they have started an industry trend in that there are a whole bunch of indie games now that are doing the same thing, where they're basically pixel games, but they have post-processing effects layered on top of the sprites. You'd think it would have been something that would have been an indie first kind of thing, but that is something that Silicon Studio, I believe, is the Octopath Traveler devs. I think it's something that they can lay claim to. I might be wrong about the studio name, but... yeah, that's fair. I mean, from what I've heard, it is very much a Square Enix type of game with a lot of work to do. But not be the first time I've heard about someone stopping like just before the end of a JRPG. All right. We are almost done our playthrough of this run. As you walk through the porcelain forest, you reach the deepest level where the princess rests. You may seize this opportunity to challenge the Deep One possessed princess, or withdraw and rest. Beyond the door lies a beautiful, serene pond. All about you is quiet and solemn. When you look around, you spy a familiar old woman standing near the waters. So you've come. Greetings to you, Guild Tigers. The old woman continues speaking, casting a worried glance around the forest as she does. I didn't think you would return to us as enemies. Can anything convince you to reconsider? The old woman examines your faces as she speaks, and then sighs. I thought not. Well, better to at least make the attempt than stand idly by. When the old woman finishes her sad muttering, she raises her voice to call the young man. You turn to find Kajura, standing defiantly to guard the princess hiding behind him. I am saddened that you ignored my pleas and violated the sanctity of the porcelain forest. The princess wears a melancholy expression as she whispers to Kajura. The young man nods, then slowly steps toward you, his hand resting on his katana's hilt. I thought there could be peace between us. It's unfortunate that things have to end this way. The princess's only wish was to be reunited with her brother, and you wouldn't even allow that. The young man's expression remains calm, but his body language subtly projects a threatening manner. Suddenly, the princess behind him addresses you. You believe my brother's words and came to slay the Deep One, no? But then, why do you face me? A wicked smile unlike any you've ever seen the princess display creeps across her face. I only borrowed the Deep One's power to gain immortality. It was all that I might see my brother once more. I dreamed of our joyous reunion. Would you judge me for this? Then try and slay me. The princess's scornful yell prompts Kajura to step forward again. You must defeat me before humming a hair on her head, mind. The young man draws both of his katanas. It is clear that this will be a decisive battle. The time for talk is past. You must prepare to defend yourself and forge your own destiny. Kajura has appeared, and he's got a lightsaber? Excuse me? That is a lightsaber! Huh? Huh? Care to explain this? Yes, I am a fan of the Tales games. I'm not going to claim I'm a big fan because my track record with actually finishing them is abysmal. But yes. Whew. All right. It's in part our usual strategy because not much can really defeat us at this point, but who knows? Unlike the Armor Road path, we're fighting them one at a time, it looks like. No conditional drops for these boss fights. I'm curious what weapon that's supposed to be. Because I feel like that's got to be a boss weapon that you get, right? This soundtrack is so good. Offense reduced, huh? Well, we got a solution for that. Let's recover some TP. Why don't we? I will say he does have one of the cooler sprites for, like, this game did a lot better with the NPC sprites, I feel, in battle. Still did not expect the lightsaber, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, the boss fights are like this. You prepare to counterattack, huh? Well, too bad. Bye. Cursed Shard. Okay, let's see what that gives us. You have overcome the young man named You have overcome the young man called Kujira. He crumples, defeated onto the forest floor. Behind him, the princess's form begins to warp into a hideous monster from sheer despair. How dare you kill Kujira? The princess's shape solidifies into a monster worse than the Deep Ones. You draw your weapons to engage the evil princess, who burns with vengeful fury. Deep Princess has appeared. Okay, ice damage. That makes sense. That checks out. Well, if we use Ice Wall. I will say her sprite, not as good. Not as good as the others. Also, not very strong. There she goes. And the ominous scale. All I wanted was to see my brother again. The grotesque porcelain lady of Amarode whispers so as she falls. Though human hopes and human pride drove her, she cast aside her humanity for those drives, and now she dies as a human. I do not fear death, only... I hope to visit that deep city just once. It was all to find my lost brother, but some wishes are never granted. My knowledge comes from the Deep One's blood. Yggdrasil and the Deep City seal the evil below. I heard the Deep One's voices. But the price I paid for eternal life was to join their ranks. There was a comma there that didn't need to be. As a puppet of that evil, the great tree controlling my brother became anathema to me. But even then, I went on with hope of meeting my brother someday. I yearned for him so. Now, my encounter with you has brought this eternity to an end. Was slaying the porcelain lady truly the right path to take? There's no way of knowing now. The girl who took my blood is human once more. The plan to conquer Amarod fails with her death. Her power now returns to me. No matter, a moment's diversion, decades, centuries for millennia, awaiting His Majesty's return. I dream of the day when that tree falls and I walk these lands again. Farewell, Gatrun. So that's interesting. If you think about it, each of the primary characters are puppets of someone else. They say dreams are fleeting. This is a dream, right? Princess Gatrun can't be dead. So Tigers has succeeded. The Abyssal King anticipated great things from you, as did I. Hey, what's going on? Just what happened in the Royal Forest? I'm relieved to hear the threat of the Deep Ones is no more. I know the Abyssal King is glad too. And truth becomes apparent. What will happen to Amarod now? We all need to tread carefully. Why did the Abyssal King go to the forest? Had the memories he lost returned? If so, I am put in mind of a strange girl's face. It evokes some old feeling, but... The Abyssal King lost a portion of his memories with his human body. That is how this tragedy began. So, the princess is basically subservient and a pawn of the eldest one, whereas the old king has been basically granted powers by and technology by Yggdrasil and acts on its behalf. So we're just basically fighting a big proxy war between a couple aliens. Oh, did you accidentally look up like a final boss or something like that? And thank you. Or was it? Ah, okay. Well, thank you for sticking around nonetheless. This is where I start wondering if I should skip the credits, but I'm not going to because who knows if that will skip anything else. I wonder if I'm gonna have like 2 stars on the save file now that I've beaten the game twice. What's next is the true ending. After we sleep for 14 days and refight Shin. Yeah, so we're gonna do the true ending, and then I'm going to do a bunch of grinding because I need to, well, I want to reach level 99 with my party, so that I can fight the remaining super bosses and actually stand a chance. I think I have a sneaking suspicion, might be wrong, but I have a sneaking suspicion that the final boss this time is not going to be as bad. And like the final boss of the sea quests, I don't think is going to be a problem either because they actually give you some decent characters to maintain those. Like they actually give you a farmer that does all the binding that you need to to win that fight. So for the most part, you just kind of fill in the blanks for that party, and add some damage support. I'm most worried about actually beating the enemy, but I also don't have to do that on expert if I don't want to, so I can always cower it out. I'm not gonna, but I can. Nope, no new icon. No, Lord Mage. So in Etrian Odyssey 2, as far as I'm aware, the level cap only increases by 1 every time you retire. So you gotta get to level 70, retire, go back to level 30, level up to 71, retire again, then you're back at 30, you level up to 72, and so on and so forth. And it's the dumbest thing ever. Thankfully, you do not have to do that anymore. Basically, for each dragon that you beat, like the 3 elemental dragons, the level cap raises by 10, and you do not have to retire any characters unless you want the extra skill points and stat buffs that retiring provides. And you do not have to retire at any point between level 70 and 99. So again, all the quality of life. After witnessing the events of the Porcelain Forest, you return to Amarode to find Olympia there. I carry a message from the Abyssal King. Olympia stares at you, her voice as flat as you're accustomed to. It is his wish for you to come to the Deep City immediately. With that, Olympia leaves quickly. It is your choice whether to obey the Abyssal King's directive or ignore Olympia's words. Let us go. Wouldn't be 72 retires, it would be like 28, I think. But yeah, Etrian Odyssey 2 was stupid. Report. Bam. So the princess named Gatrun was using the Deep One's power to live over 100 years. I recall no princess by that name during my reign over Amarode. But to hear you tell it, it sounds as if Amarode's princess was not in fact possessed by a Deep One. Rather, she used its power to live on while being careful to preserve her sanity. But it mattered little in the end. She had become a monster, which you slayed to save Amarode. I have no more instructions or missions, only thanks for your tireless efforts and loyalty. Kablam! I have this as well. Consider it an emblem of affection from me to you. Deep City Medal. Ah yes, there's one more thing I meant to tell you. In the Porcelain Forest depths is a teleportation device. Using it will bring you to the Evil One. Though it cannot possibly be slain by human hands, I have come to believe that you may succeed. If you have the courage to face it, go hence. I will not force you. It is entirely in your hands. Old Flouty is resting. She says she doesn't feel well. She's talking about passing the reins of the Senators to someone new. I'm sad to think about it. Okay, so the Cursed Shard came from a cursed sword that eats away at its wielder. Yoto Nihiro. Magic katana that crushes all opponents with its engraved curses. No. Doesn't seem like that has anything to do with the lightsaber he was using. Royal Bernie. That's the best armor for the Sovereigns. What did we get from selling the thing from Shin? We got the best crossbow. Okay. Yeah, so we might want to grab that for Cthulhu's here, because that is a massive buff. Okay, let's have a nap. Let's see if the bosses respawned, or if we need to sleep for 2 weeks. Which is kind of silly when you put it into perspective like that, but... Ah! Okay, never mind. The wiki just doesn't say anything about it. The two bosses... Oh, they're going in a different pattern. No. Okay. Which one are you? Oh, no. No. Alright. Let's just go all out. Who cares? We can probably tank what this boss can deliver. Oh, right, and plague spreads. Interesting. I saw that happen before during another battle, and I didn't really make a mental note of it. I didn't really internalize that's its behavior. There we go. The coral shell. Bam. So hold on, what? Okay, so you guys are now taking a path like this. Boom. All right. And just like that, we are already good to go for our New Game Plus Plus run. Wait. Oh, you lose the, or did I put it on one of my, reserve party members? I don't think I did. No, looks like you lose the Armor Ode symbol when you do, New Game Plus. Interesting. Oh no, I put it in here. Okay, never mind. We're good. And then we got that Sarissa from a random NPC thing. So now I'm trying to think which side I want to... Wait, what weapon type was the Sarissa? Ah, hold on. No, I do have to start over. A lot of stuff does carry over, but I will have to start the exploration through the labyrinth and the story again. Just double checking why I can't find the Sarissa in the store. Ah, oh no. I dropped my controller and the cable almost knocked my drink over. That would have been bad. Oh, it's a spear. Yeah. Yeah, so the main difference is that strength works differently in this game. Strength and attack. Please, game, please stop freaking out. There it is. Okay. Okay, hold on. I need to fix this. Thank you. Okay. And now we're gonna save over this one. And let's just go into the labyrinth for a second, just to make sure. Oh, I need to make it to the 21st floor to unlock that quest, that's why. Okay. Also, I should have done that. Just want to make sure I don't need to restart the game to fix the controller foibles. Okay, now we're good. All right. So if we go to the Senatus, how have I not encountered whatever these things are? Okay, so that would be the Elder Dragon. That would be the final boss of the true ending. That would be the final boss. That would be the anemone. Oh, I know. Hold on. I know what those are. Those are two unique enemies that only appear on the true ending route. Okay, so, let's go here real quick. We now have this. Okay. Now, give me a second to think which route I want to take in the new game. Basically, a question as to whether we are going to fight Shin or yeah, I think we're gonna side with the Deep City on our final playthrough. Now that I know that doesn't matter. Technically, there is some exclusive exploration, but it's at the end of the 4th stratum. Oops, new game. So we're going to be skipping more of the dialogue this time, just because less of it is going to be unique. Yeah. It's they treat you as new guild members of the old guild, but they do allow you to skip the tutorial. So it's very much like transferring your save over from Etrian Odyssey 1 to 2. Oh, I should have lowered the difficulty. You know what? Let's fix that. There we go. Yeah, it was extremely minimal in the first one. Yeah, it was more about the environment that told you the story than the actual characters in town. Yeah, Kajiro, we're quite experienced. Oh no, the FOE is going to be so difficult. Oh yeah? Bye. Bye. Yeah, doesn't matter quite so much. And that's kind of the other reason why I don't care quite so much about Untold 2. Because, like, Etrian Odyssey 2 kind of has a decent story on its own, you know? Okay, so it took us about like 2 hours and 20 minutes to do our playthrough, so we should probably wrap up in like 5 hours. I don't know. I still like 3 overall in like every way, including the environments. It was kind of interesting that Etrian Odyssey 2 decided to go for kind of a seasonal theme. And that you start out in the spring, then it goes to no. It starts out in summer, then you go to autumn, then winter, then spring, then castle. That said, I still really enjoyed the 4th stratum in Etrian Odyssey 1. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I wouldn't say I like that boss encounter, but the rest of the stratum I found really fun to navigate. I thought it was an interesting concept. I just kind of wish that they had placed some sort of recovery spot on the floor, rather than making you go up every time you want to heal inside the labyrinth. So if you remember, Agata asked us to show him the path around this monster, but on New Game Plus, you bask in your victory over the master of the shore when the boy who is hiding reappears.
Man, you guys are strong. I didn't think anyone could beat that thing. Who are you guys? Oh wait, I haven't even introduced myself yet, huh? My name's Agata. I'm the ninja leader of the Muratsumi Guild. Nice to meet ya.
You recall hearing the boy's name some time ago in a previous conversation. A girl calling herself Hypatia said she was searching for a boy by this name. It might be best to tell this boy that Hypatia was looking for him.
Hypatia was looking for me? Seriously? Man, she's hopeless. Okay, I'll head back to the city in a bit. If you get there first, can you tell her I'm coming? See ya.
Calls out Agata as he, over his shoulder as he hurries on ahead. You can go the same way, return to the city and give Hypatia the news about Agata. I would not say the same. I think Scylla was a huge wall that was really unpleasant to run into. I also had major problems with as I said before, I had issues with the RNG on material drops, and that was the place where you get the Narcissus, which you need for the various mists that would be extremely useful to have versus Scylla. But because I've got such bad farming RNG, and it took me so long to farm for that, I ended up fighting her without them, and that was a nightmare. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I feel like my run against her went, in that I was, I finally like got all the best equipment off stream, and I just decided I'm gonna take a stab at fighting her again, and I beat her by like the skin of my teeth, and I'm like, I'm just gonna save the game right here, and we're gonna pick up right off this quick save when I next play, because I don't want to fight her again. And thankfully, while Harpuya was also challenging in her own way, she was a lot more straightforward. Thanks for the Medica too, I guess. It's gonna be fun power leveling all our characters and having like 30 extra skill points to play around with. We're going to be able to max out everybody's HP. None of my skills are going to be left unmaxed. It's going to be great. It's such a crazy number to think about considering the way that things were in the previous games. You really had to be very careful about how your party was built going into some of the endgame content. But here it's just like, nah, you get a skill point, you get a skill point. Everybody gets skill points. Yeah, let's just go this way. I mean, it certainly takes a while to get there, but especially early on with the Buccaneer, it's a struggle. But yeah, endgame is just kind of you got all the options, and that's a really good feeling. Like, there is something respectable about sticking to your guns in terms of difficulty level, but at the same time, like, Etrian Odyssey 2 is just way too much of that. Well, the thing is, like, honestly, it's kind of a situation where you're seldom going to invest that much into subclasses. Because unless your character is a Shogun primary, you're only going to be using one weapon. So any weapon specialty skills, you're not going to be picking up from your subclass. So you will be ignoring entire trees and mostly just picking up beneficial passives from the other classes. Honestly, it should be pretty easy, because once you get to the 24th floor, there's a grinding method where if you do it on Picnic, you can get like 750,000 experience per fight, and you get 2 of those, then you rest 14 days, and then you do it again. So you're basically getting 1.5 million experience every 14 days if you do things correctly. Now, of course, that still gets divided across your team, so you're not going to be getting all of it technically, but grinding is a lot faster overall, and it's a good feeling. You know, it's like in the span of like a few days off stream, I was able to max out our party, retire them, and then get them back to the same level that we were previously on stream before the next time I played the game. And it was a good feeling. I'll tell you, I couldn't have done that in the previous ones, because best you could hope for is you know, fight one of those enemies that summons reinforcements and just fight their ads. And then it would cap really, really early in those fights. And you would only really do that one character at a time to earn reasonable experience, otherwise it just took forever. So I do that for certain characters if I needed to get like a certain skill that was otherwise gating my progress. But otherwise, grinding in Etrian Odyssey 2 was just not worth the time investment. Hey, Cthulhus. It was all right. I had a couple shitty interactions, but could have gone worse. But I had a feeling that the rest of the week is probably going to be worse than today, so I may as well stream while I'm in a relatively good mood. And if the rest of the week goes shittily, then I can just play Hi-Fi Rush on my own and not worry about having to be cheerful on stream. Yeah, get to those. We finished our playthrough of the Deep City route, and now we're moving on to the true ending. Still hoping that Ice Thrasher comes by, because we made him his character, but I wasn't sure what spread he wanted to go with. Right now we're just kind of mashing through the replay here. And Lord Mage has been keeping me company on stream tonight. It's been a good time. Honestly, nothing makes me happier when chat is busy. Now we can exercise our New Game Plus privilege and defeat these fish without having to worry. Who wants sushi? Nice. It's nice being able to just blast through all this, but it still takes a hot minute. I'm not looking forward to the end of, like, all of this, where I have, like, all these quests and these chats that, you know, me being a completionist, I'm gonna have to go back and grab. And I think there's even a one of those guild card badges for opening up every chest. I don't think that's possible to get until the true ending. And I actually missed 2 chests in this stratum on our first playthrough. So I might grab them as we head past them, because I don't know if the game actually keeps track of, like, sure, all these chests have closed, but it's possible it might keep track of which chest that I had open on the previous playthrough, in which case I'll just grab those 2. And then hopefully when we get the chests in the new zone, that will be enough to earn us that badge. But otherwise, I might have to re-grab every single chest in the game, which would not be a fun time, but we'll do it if we have to. One thing I was kind of hoping for is that before we finish up our playthrough of Etrian Odyssey 3, it would be nice if Lasada and Magic Girl Anime came by and we could maybe do like a sea quest so I could get their guild cards in my database. I think that would be fun. Kablam. Okay, we're gonna take a bit of a roundabout route here just for my completionist brain. Just because it's gonna make this experience easier later. So this little room here we missed on the first playthrough. It doesn't contain anything of particular value. It just contains a little bit of money in a vault jar. Well, there we go. Also, that one song that we haven't heard yet, I do know where it plays, and I think that might actually be like one of the biggest like pop-off moments in the series, honestly. So I'm really excited to get there. Like I was talking before about the boss theme that they used for Primeval in the HD version. Like, I feel like this game even has an even better payoff. Yeah, and this guy gives us the Sarissa. So across the game, you get a tent from Olympia, you get a Medica 2 from Kajura, and you get a Sarissa from this guard. What is this for? As you walk lightly through the undersea passages, you find a beautiful crystal pillar. When you touch it, however, it crumbles away. It seems the pillar was made of salt. Your exertions in the labyrinth may have caused you to sweat more than you would have thought. If you feel the need to replenish your salt, you may gather a pile of the salt and lick it. Lick the salt. You break off a portion of the crumbling salt crystal pillar and lick it carefully. The nutritious salt slowly heals the sodium you lost through your perspiration. Everyone recovers 30 HP. Salt is so refreshing that you're immediately tempted to take another lick. A small voice inside suggests that too much salt can be harmful. Should you heed it? Lick the salt! You lick the salt again, addicted by now to its taste, but the excess of salt proved harmful. Everyone loses 40 HP. I think that might have been something that I missed in the first playthrough that I may have discovered when I was going through here on our first new game run. Because, like, if we go through here... Yeah, I don't have any other events marked besides... oh, I forgot to interact with Agata. We'll need to remember to do that. Good thing I checked, honestly. I think we have to talk to Kajura. Whoops. I think I made the same mistake when I did this on the first new game. For the most part, this playthrough is going to be completely uneventful and unchanged until we get to the end of the 4th stratum, which is unfortunate. And just in case anything changed on the second playthrough, I decided to take the alternate route, where Agata survives. But on our final run, we're going to make it so Hypatia survives again. Because I just like her design a lot. There we go. And now we can just blast through the remainder of the stratum. go. Is yeah, running through this game on New Game Plus in the original version would have, like, sure, we can steamroll a lot of the game with the equipment that we've got now, but it still would have been so much more tedious, you know? So it's really nice to have the picnic difficulty option. Yeah, I just straight up think I wouldn't have finished Etrian Odyssey 2, to be honest, back in the day. Bye. Okay, we need to be very careful with our choices here. I am confident that 4 and 5 will. I don't know if any others will necessarily. Okay, so we're claiming that we are not going to tell anyone. I'm gonna read this dialogue because it might be different from the first playthrough. Really? You actually found the fabled Deep City? Then we should soon find out what happened to him. You wait here. I'm going to fetch the princess that we might tell her in person of the Deep City. So you're a guild Tagus, discoverers of the Deep City. I'm indebted to you. I am the Princess of Amarode, Gatrun. Finding the Deep City has long been my fondest wish. The royal records say it is a land cut off from Amarode, sunk with our countrymen still living there. We do not know the reasons for its separation or what powers sustained its undersea existence, but I worry the descendants of our people are now suffering in the depths of the ocean. Thus, I'd like to send a missive and gifts to the Deep City on behalf of Amarode. I had Amarode's most reputable merchants prepare their finest gifts for the occasion. I've also selected a supervisor to deliver them. I'd like to introduce her to you as well. Okay, this is repeating. Uh-huh. Alrighty. So that should do that. I told you to forget about the Deep City. You have no reason to be here. You tell her that you have been appointed by Amarode's princess to bring a letter of friendship. On hearing that, Olympia tells you to wait where you are and runs off. Some time passes before the girl returns. She speaks quietly, her stare icy. Okay, this is again repeat dialogue. I'm really curious why it gives you a choice here. There we go. Now let me just consult. To make sure I'm doing this the correct way. Okay, after reaching the 14th floor, we'll need to get those items. Once you turn in the mission to locate the teleporter, you must not start the final mission. Okay. Yeah, and at the very least, as far as I can recall, 4 has, like, well, obviously has the majority of the quality of life features from this one. I've also heard that it's one of the easiest titles, if not the easiest, so... Probably means that it's the smoothest to play, even in its original version. Yeah, makes more sense to me to play them in order. So I wouldn't dwell on it. Yeah, it was a really good demo. I just wish they didn't do that annoying thing on the DS where you could only launch the demo like 30 times. Yeah, it was nice because you could carry over your data to the full game as well. It was fun having well, again, I didn't get far in any of these games. It was fun having Etrian Odyssey 4 on my Street Pass, and then just occasionally get notifications that I acquired some guild cards and taking a look at other people's parties and whatnot. I find that kind of information fascinating. Yeah, see, I'm very much the kind of person who will play like a small chunk of a game and then pack it away for later. So being able to launch something many, many times is kind of critical for me. Nintendo is very just anti-me in terms of things that I like and the way that I expect games to be made. They drive me so crazy in almost every respect. All right, kiddo. I'm coming for you next. Yeah, it sure does go stomp. What if we attack it this time? Trapped beneath the ground as I am, it is to be expected that my power is diminished. As you draw near, weapons at the ready, the child sighs while swinging one of its hands. The blood flowing from that arm instantly transforms into more of the hideous creatures. Ah, that's fun. The child before you gazes at you with curiosity as you defeat the Piscine grotesqueries. Its eyes are filled with joy and wonder. It is clear that it takes delight in your presence. Oh, never mind. That was the old dialogue. Now let's claim that we mean it no harm. No harm? Do you or don't you? 'Tis one to me. What is your reason for coming here? Yeah, I'm busy running your fucking lemonade stand. Get out of here, kid. And while we're here, we're gonna sell that Sarissa, we're gonna sell the Volt Jar. Money. All right, away we go. This time we at least remember to grab that one shortcut. That is correct, Cthulhus. Specifically, I think the logic there is that the deep ones started surfacing when the deep city was still a part of Emerald, and so the king decided to sink Yggdrasil and the labyrinth along with part of the city, so that the deep ones would basically be suppressed underwater. So part of the labyrinth still breaches the surface and is still reachable from Amarode, but the deep city is basically chilling underground, keeping a lid on the deep ones and preventing them from breaching the third and fourth stratums. But alas, fucking Princess has a teleporter straight to the fifth stratum. So yeah, fat lot of good that does. Alright, time for the annoying part. So I gotta go out, speak with the Senatus. Now we speak with Safe Read. There we go, back to Kajura. And we're gonna save our game here. We're gonna side with the Deep City, just because I want to. You know, it's entirely possible that making Keaton encounterable even on the New Game Plus is something that they added in the HD version. And that might be why the wiki has not been updated with that information. as nice as it would have been to do the one New Game Plus run and then get back to the dividing point off stream, I kind of wanted to show the experience of blasting through the game like this, just to kind of underline yeah, what's necessary to acquire all the endings. Also, all things considered, I don't think having to replay through 3 Stratums really added a significant amount of time to the stream. Because it took us about like 40 minutes to get here. Maybe more like an hour. Because I think we finished the first New Game Plus run 2 hours and 20 minutes, and now we're at 3 hours and 16. See, part of me had a thought to use some items to reduce the encounter rate, but I don't know. I don't think it's worth it. I feel like it would waste just as much time repeatedly going into the menu and using those items than it would be to just run from all these encounters. I like it when Second Sword and Swashbuckler kick in right, so that I'm able to one-turn enemies with just a single character. It's a good feeling. Alright, Kajura. That's still such a cool moment. I wish they would do that more. Part of me was curious if the gates were actually going to stay closed across the different playthroughs. That would have been really funny. But looks like they do reset that. It does not reset those gates when you leave and re-enter the labyrinth. You know what? There we go. Whew. And then this floor we're pretty much just gonna skip. Whoops. I'm just going back and forth, not thinking. I have a message from you from a certain someone. It's a little long, but please, hear me out. Thank you. It's a heartwarming story of a brother and sister from long ago. You know the tale, the old tale about white light descending on the world from before Amarode prospered, right? They say that light fell on all the people, healed everyone it touched. Most would call it a fairy tale for children, but not the sister. She longed for that light. The brother swore to fulfill his weak sister's wish, promising her he would one day find it. But the brother disappeared not long afterward, sending the sister into a deep sorrow. But then she thought, maybe my brother went in search of that light for me. And thus the sister resolved to join the search for the porcelain offering she yearned for. But she could find neither her brother nor the offering. All she found was this. Sky Bowl. She wants you to have this and keep it at your side. The story likely means little to you, but it's not important that you understand. Well then. And again, that is what we get for telling the city about the existence of the Deep City. And then we go to the Deep City. I want you to take this. It's most likely in the Abyssal King's best interests. Starry Shard. He once searched for a porcelain offering. He said he promised a loved one he'd find it. The porcelain offering is formed from starry crystals. My liege gathered them in his spare time. But that was long ago. The Abyssal King has forgotten everything but his struggle. That is why I don't think he'll need this any longer. Still, I feel that my liege always regretted never being able to give this to his loved one. So take it with you. That is all. Yeah. Almost to the content. Oh, I forgot to grab one of those shortcuts. I should go back and do that. Ah, there is a event that we did not experience previously. A mysterious artifact shaped like a swimming fish lies before you, emitting a faint glow. You're tempted to touch it, but You gingerly touch the object, drawn to its faint light, when the glow intensifies and envelops you. The rune recovers 80 HP and 60 TP. The light is warm, like sunlight in spring, and it relaxes both body and mind. Yeah, I'm not seeing any others that we missed. And for my sanity, I'm gonna go get that shortcut. Whew, all right. Almost there. Oh, I didn't read this dialogue before. I have told you I have no more to say. Do not concern yourself with me. Go. You can obey Olympia's directive and report to the Celestial Palace, or check the teleportation device. And I think... Whoops. Okay. New content is finally about to start. So we turn this in. And then we unlock the final mission, but we don't accept it. We instead go back to the Molten Caves. You use the key you were given to re-enter the Hall of Conviction. The outwardly human yet utterly alien creature is there, staring at you as before. So it is you. I had wondered who would disturb me in this place. The Eldest One's rasp grates on your ears, as if his mocking manner grates at your pride. I'm surprised you had the stomach to return. Was it your whim to speak with me? How comical. The Eldest One laughs, but its expression suddenly darkens as if remembering something. You humans are meat and drink to us. We threaten your entire race. But must it be so? I met a girl once. She spoke to me without fear. I, the Eldest One of the Deep Ones. I ask you this, children of man. Do you believe it is possible for our two races to live in harmony? The question from this cracked, hoarse voice that seems to echo from the depths surprises you. You are taken aback and honestly unsure of how to answer. Can your races coexist? Yes. The Eldest One gives a wry smile on hearing your answer, followed by a heavy sigh. That was the answer I expected. Perhaps I asked the question in hopes of hearing it. The Eldest One mutters to himself and points to your pack before continuing quietly. I know not where you found it, but that sky bowl you carry was once mine. It is a crown which gives form to that which is immaterial. What is more, you even have the starry shard. It seems that you came prepared. The Eldest One abruptly begins to chant a strange incantation you cannot clearly make out. Suddenly, the starry shard and sky bowl fly into the air. When the shard settles inside the bowl, it releases a blinding light that suffuses the room. Obtained porcelain offering. Present that to the whimpering princess. Tell her it is a 100-year-old gift from me. It will put an end to one of my schemes, but on balance, that is not so bad. The Eldest One falls silent as it closes its eyes and slowly leans back against the wall. Make haste. Should the princess encounter the Yggdrasil-possessed king, a tragic end awaits. Deliver that offering to the pair, and their fate may take a turn for the better. Deep One opens its scarlet eyes again and locks its glare on you. Children of man, when my powers are again at their height, man will then know true despair. I will brand thy hand. When you have delivered the offering, come to me, for the princess's sake. As the Deep One speaks, a burning pain flares on the back of your hand. However, when you look at it, you can see nothing amiss. The pain subsides as if nothing happened. You have misgivings about this, but the Eldest One's eyes are closed and its lips silent. Obtained Uncanny Seal. You decide to act in deference to the unnerving creature and leave this place. Use the key you were given to re-enter the Hall of Conviction. Go from here. After you meet with the princess, the otherworldly brand shall guide you. You aren't entirely satisfied, but the Eldest One has already closed its eyes and lips decisively. You decide to act in deference to the unnerving creature and leave this place. Alright. We are finally on the right path. Just double checking. Okay. So now we apparently just head straight down. That's some new dialogue. Hold up. Let's meet with you. You're the Tigers Guild who's been working with the Abyssal King, right? He's not here right now. He went with Olympia on a very important mission. He didn't leave any word of any task for you. I think he's got it all taken care of himself. The Abyssal King and Olympia are both away on an important mission. You shouldn't be wasting your time here. Go where you're needed. See, I don't remember if this happened on the previous playthrough or not. Because I remember there being a guard in Armor Road. I just finished giving my report about you to Flodia. It wasn't much. I told her you've begun acting on your own instead of obeying the Abyssal King. She and I agree that's most likely in the princess's best interests. I want to save her, and I believe you all do too. I trust you to get this done, Tigers. I understand how you all feel. I'll let you go your own way from now on for the princess's sake. Interesting. Because I was thinking I maybe should have gone back to the Deep City when we were doing our New Game Plus run. But either it's that same dialogue or maybe dialogue we already got during the first playthrough. Because I remember going there and Olympia was there instead. Oh, and now these guys just pop up. Sure, that's fair. I guess you could say that the labyrinth is just on defense. I don't know. Four more floors to go. Wait, did it turn me around? That was unusual. Oh well. I'll be honest, on some of these floors, I have like zero clue how they actually expect you to reach the Pasaran. Because the spawns trigger based on walking over certain steps as well, so that's what makes it even stranger, because you'd think they wouldn't spawn them in locations that are ostensibly unreachable, based on the position that their active spawn zone is. Damn. That was some good RNG. That's so rude. Why bother spawning them? I find it really funny that there's a chance that you could just run straight into the Drake if you're not paying attention. All right. 2 more floors. Whoops. I'll be honest, I have no idea how I successfully navigated through this place the first time I did it, but it went really smoothly. Yeah. Conversely, the last shortcut here really sucks if you don't know to expect it. Like this is the only one that's really unintuitive in the game, because you do have to backtrack. Part of me wonders if I had B-Bridger, if my mouth would freak out less when wiping my nose or whatever. anytime my face gets blocked by the tracking. Like, would the additional data that it's looking for communicate better? Like, hey, that's not a mouth. They're blocking tracking. Okay, halfway there. I think I now realize what the point of that one weird Torii gate is. I think it's supposed to mislead you into thinking that it'll lead you to that where the stairs to the 21st floor are. When in fact you gotta clear the final room to get there. Random thought just crossed my mind. When's Castlevania Nocturne supposed to be on Netflix? Isn't that like end of September? There we go. Time for some story. Beyond the door you opened is a beautiful pond which sets a quiet, solemn atmosphere. Nearby are the Abyssal King of the Deep City and Amaro's Princess facing each other. As you carefully approach, you can hear their words being carried on the wind. Brother, it is I, Gatrun. Why do you do this to your sister? The princess pleads desperately with the Abyssal King in the seclusion of the forest. I am the last king of Amarode. The Abyssal King spits, glaring at Amarode's princess. No abomination with the powers of a Deep One can dare call itself my sister. You realize the truth of who this king and princess are now. But the Abyssal King has lost his memories, and the princess has lost her humanity. There's only one way you can see to save the pair. You must present the porcelain offering, that legendary light which may yet heal them both. You intercede between the Abyssal King and the princess and present the Eldest One's offering. Is that the porcelain offering? I didn't think the stories of it were true. You nod to the dumbstruck princess and urge her to take it. Porcelain offering? I know not what that is, but I can assure you it is not necessary. The Abyssal King gives you a fierce look, but a figure beside him accepts the white object. My liege, please, take this. The girl mutters sadly and gives the porcelain offering to the befuddled Abyssal King. And so the two siblings slowly raise the porcelain offering to their mouths. The porcelain offering should allow them to regain their human forms and memories. However, much as you wish to do so, you cannot linger and watch over this reunion. You remember the Eldest One's words and know that you are called to be elsewhere. The next instant, you realize that you stand before the forest, taken here by a mysterious power. As you try to orient yourself, you suddenly feel a sharp pain on your hand. You examine the back of your hand to find a strange pattern appear as if burned into your skin. The Abyssal Shrine. Come to the sealed door of the Deep One. The otherworldly sea's brand I gave you shall lead you deeper within. The voice ends there, and the oppressive feeling it carried with it disappears as well. You feel that you ought to obey the voice, but it may be best to take care of other matters first. It would be best to leave them to their reunion. You decide to stay out of it. It's pretty good. It does have some slow spots. I didn't like the second season very much. Too much political talking. But it is very much the Game of Thronesification of Castlevania in like the best way. All right, we are back on expert difficulty. Not that I expect anything to be a challenge. Ah, here we go. Old Floaty isn't here. It's not that she doesn't trust the members of Tigers. It's just that she wants to see to the princess's safety personally, so she headed out. So this is where we get the nice dialogue here. I received word from Olympia. They finally found the place they were searching for, but I have a terrible feeling they won't be prepared for what they find. I hope they'll be safe. All right, so now, going to the Porcelain Forest and then up to the shrine probably makes the most sense. I particularly enjoyed the third season of the Castlevania anime. I haven't watched Game of Thrones either, but I understand the vibes and the tone. It's funny because the script for the Castlevania anime was actually known for a long time, but it was thought of as being a live-action adaptation, and so it sounded like it was going to be very cringe. But then, like, a lot of those lines, some very terse lines, some very rude dialogue ended up making it into the script, and like in context it made perfect sense, but just seeing it in a script on its own without knowing like what they were going for was just like, ugh, what the hell are you doing, Hollywood? Deep door. Led by the otherworldly sea's mark, you discover a mysterious door in the temple's depths. When you approach, that unsettling voice once again echoes through your mind. Heed my words. My powers that had been expended on the princess are restored. My glory has returned. The voice thought to belong to the Eldest One continues speaking to you. When my power is at its fullest, I will lead my kind to destroy Yggdrasil and the sons of man. If you would stop me, travel past these doors to the place where the Deep Ones commune with their god. Your brand shall open the way. At that moment, the mark on your hand begins to burn. You hear some mechanism in the door open. You surmise that the door is open now, allowing you access to what lies beyond if you dare. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of all over the place though. So now we should be getting some newish enemies. Yeah, the Deep Believer. There we go. And we can probably still just churn through these for the most part. I know there's at least 2 new enemies. Got the Evil Staff. And then this guy, the Deep Sentinel. Okay, no, these guys are actually real. Huh, this boss might actually be challenging. Hopefully we get the drop. Nope. Gonna have to fight a few more, you guys. Huh. The way that this path is curving suggests to me that maybe there is a secret passage I need to find. Yeah, because it's definitely the difficulty of some of the areas behind the moon doors and the sun doors, I suppose. There we go. And this is going up. What icon was I using for these? Just an exclamation? Okay. And then for the gates... we're doing this. Oh. We can run from you. Here we go. Let's finish mapping this out, though. Yeah, we still haven't gotten your goodies. That's rough. Man, drop your goodies, man. So I think if you're looking to avoid these FOEs, you need to take this path. There we go. And the heavy piece. Perfect. The metal shutters come down. And now we can just run from everything. But for the sake of my sanity, what floor are we on? 16 to 15, right? Okay. Yeah. How annoying. There is one treasure in this area. So you have to wait until the new game plus in order to get it. Or do the true ending in your first playthrough, but who would? So with any luck, we'll unlock that badge just by getting that last treasure, but I don't know if the game's going to be that charitable. Uh-oh. What is the solution here? I think I know. So you go like here, he comes out. Nope. Well. Let's see if we can one-turn this guy. Nice. And you know, when you went through the effort of killing that guy, we may as well. I'm just doing that so that I can see them on the map. I don't think you actually have to step on every tile for the sake of 100% exploration, but... makes me feel better. All right. There you are. A Hamao 2. No. Unfortunately not. Bummer. And if we find ourselves needing to rest, we can go back to and pitch a tent, but I think we'll be fine. All right, here we go. Standing before the door, you feel an extremely oppressive sensation of unprecedented intensity. The Eldest One must lie beyond in his full glory. You brace yourself before opening the door. Back on floor Tony, did we bother? Yeah. Yeah, what about... Oh, we don't have access to that floor yet. Yeah, okay. Alright, here we go. You step cautiously into the room. On realizing that someone is seated further in, you waste no time in arming yourselves. As I asked, you have presented the offering to the princess and restored her humanity. The Deep One speaking is majestic and regal, in contrast to others of his kind you have encountered. My feelings for the princess were at odds with my plan to rule over Amarod. I wavered. Its voice shakes the air, sounding almost like singing, but bringing a strange anxiety with it. But you resolve that, and so, I am again the Almighty Father, Mother of the Old World. Let me do that again. But you resolve that, and so, I am again the Almighty Father, Mother of the Otherworldly Sea. We shall end this now. Rejoice! Your long journey, filled with hardships, is at its end. The Eldest One's body begins to expand, quickly assuming the shape of an immense monster. As you came here resolved to do battle, you are not frightened. You assume your battle stances. With an indescribable roar from the Eldest One, the battle between man and the Deep Ones is joined. Progenitor has appeared. Okay, what are you gonna do? Oh, you're pretty beefy. All right. Okay, let's err on the side of caution. That was such bad RNG. And you just got the one drop, yeah. Definitely tankier. Please hit more than once. Oh boy. All right. In fact, no. Let's do a party heal and then have Nia on the back line use a Theriaka B. There we go, that's better. Oh, it healed itself. And by a fairly significant amount. Let's try our best to out DPS it, I guess. Stone. Ooh. Nia is really getting punished here. We're gonna need to use some Amritas even. Concentrated to unleash a deadly attack, huh? I don't know what that's gonna be. But we'll defend as best we can. Let's just hope it's physical and not magical. Oh, it repaired all impairments. Ugh. Maybe I should stop debuffing it then, because I think that's causing it to heal itself. I think that's the problem. So increasing my accuracy is fine, but applying debuffs to the progenitor is just encouraging to heal himself. So yeah, this definitely would have been the much more significantly challenging fight compared to the other ones. If we weren't so, like, high-leveled and geared out. And this should be the last turn. Or we can whip. That's an option. Well, let's shoot up some flares, I guess. Oh, finally we get good RNG. We'll finish it off with Mumioken. There it is. Ta-da! The path away from ruin is now open. The dreadful Eldest One, long a pawn of the evil, slowly collapses. Listen, children of man, heed the last words of the Deep Ones. In a stratum below the deep city, our god slumbers in the depths. The Eldest One crossed heaven's pit with it to descend on these lands. But that god faced unexpected opposition, the entity known as Yggdrasil. It, too, crossed the pitch-black sea and came to these lands. What fell upon the lands then was the porcelain offering, a pure form of mana fell from the pitch-black sea as sleet. What I gave you was the last of it. The dew and the crown I once had that made the intangible solid. The porcelain offering is restored. The girl is human again, and has the reunion she so yearned for. With that, the Eldest One returned to the darkness, a hint of satisfaction in its voice. As the king fades into the deep blue sea, it speaks once more. We walk a path watched in blood. Those who sense blood's weight and know how precious it is will not drown or become drunk from blood, and the path one day will be cleared. To end all strife, go to the deepest abyss in the darkest land and venture where death sleeps. There, our god will judge you. It's an alien! The misunderstandings between the princess and the king are at an end. Thank you, Tigers. The Abyssal King has regained his memories. It is a joyous occasion, and now I will be left alone.
We may be living witnesses to the birth of a legend. Congratulations, explorers.
I haven't heard the details, but you got the job done, right? Gotta hand it to you. Nice going. The princess and his majesty said they'll be living together far from here. I'm sure they'll be happy. I'm glad the Abyssal King's story gets a happy ending, but not if we won't be here anymore. Farewell, Ocean City of Amarod, homeland to my brother and I. We must make our departure. We are no longer ordinary humans and will spend our days elsewhere. The rest is yours, Tigers. There we go. So, I got some grinding to do. And once I've maxed everybody out, got ourselves the best weapons we can get, then we should be ready to take on the enemy, the Elder Dragon, and the Abyssal God. So yeah, all in all, 4.5 hours. I actually came well within my estimates. It's a good feeling. I mean, how many times can you say you beat an RPG twice in one night? For some reason, it feels like the credits are longer this time. I must be imagining that. Yep. We done. It was definitely harder than the others. If you did that like before exploring the 6th stratum, it would have been a real challenge. After witnessing the events of the Porcelain Forest, you return to Amarod to find Olympia there. I have something to tell you. I am given a filed directive to relay from the Abyssal King. The Robed Girl continues. In the depths of the Porcelain Forest is a teleporter. Use it to travel to where the evil waits. He will not force you to go, but you are the only ones with the strength to slay the evil. So says the Abyssal King. His last wish is for you to travel there and carry out his will. That is all. With that, Olympia leaves from your sight. Alright. Well, we haven't fought it yet because I am fully expecting it to be a real challenge. So we check the codex. Yep. There we go. So yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, an enemy, and then yeah, that makes sense. Perfect. Just gotta go Super Saiyan for a second. Bear with me. There we go. Okay. So, if we go here... 98.82. Huh. Okay. Well, what we're gonna do... Okay, we've ducked down our difficulty. Let's go to the deep. Perfect. Okay. Yep, we are missing 3 bosses. We are missing the anemone, the elder dragon, and the final boss. What is gonna be the fastest way here? I'm curious if we can get 100% on the map. It's not that bad, especially considering we can just do that on Picnic. Oh, yeah. You know what? It's going to be much faster to do this from the bottom up. I mean, I think we'll probably do that as our victory lap before ending stream, I reckon. Oops. It's like the only thing I need to unlock are just the shortcuts for the 6th stratum. Oh yeah, we might actually be able to get 100%. Because I forgot about that room up there. It's a rather big room, and we're very close. Wait, was that a... No, for some reason I thought that was a prompt. I don't know why they make the boss chamber so large for no good reason. Yeah, unfortunately, as expected, it looks like I will have to open up all the chests. Hopefully it's fine with me not painting in the tiles for the porcelain forest, because that would be really frustrating if that is in fact a requirement. Oh, wait a second. I'm not going to be able to 100% it because the true final boss has a large amount of space in its chambers. Blech. Way to kill my hype. Oh well. Oh yeah, we ended up using some Imrita 2s and a Theriaca B, which we should replenish. Okay, so if we go to the port, guild card, 98.82. Blech. Oh well. And here we go. Back to the Cyclopean Haunt. I went through all the trouble of auto-pathing this floor, so we may as well enjoy the fruits of our labor. I might give the the Abyssal God a bit of a test run. Just to see. All right. Yeah, for the 23rd floor, I'm gonna have to grab those, those shortcuts at a later time. I will say, I think this is the best third stratum music. Or, did I say third? I mean sixth. I was thinking third because Etrian Odyssey 3. If we pop down here for a moment. See, now that I think about it, it's actually strange that it doesn't remember the chest that you've interacted with, because it does remember the tiles that you've seen. Because I can see all these FOEs that I've viewed those tiles of before. But, oh well. Oh, there's the insect tortoise. We finally got one. This. Okay, so he actually. No, that's correct. Where am I right now? Oh, whatever. I'll just mow this guy down. Yeah, we didn't really get the opportunity to see these hydras on stream the last time I took a look at the 6th stratum, so why not? Yeah, I'm not sure why they were standing on that square. And there's the omnivore. Alright, so never mind. We have gotten all those mapped out completely. Uh-oh. I wasn't paying attention. Fuck. Oh well. See, and that's the weird thing, because the game doesn't auto-map the invisible areas, but when you step on one of the pitfalls, it does map that out. So I don't know if it's going to want that to be all mapped out, or just the pitfall tiles, or what. We'll find out later, that's for sure. Go. And now it's time for the invisible maze. Perfect. Because admittedly, that maze is actually quite tricky to navigate. I have gotten turned around in there a couple times. These other tiles are much more straightforward. Wait. There we go. And just like that, we're here. So while we're here, we'll kill the tentacles, and then we'll take a stab at the Abyssal God and see what we're dealing with. Those guys actually provide decent experience, it looks like. That's nice. Oh, I got turned around. There we go. That was a really good turn. Okay, so I did explain this on stream before, but now we can actually see this in practice. So we follow this path over here. We walk up here. No, I fucked up. Probably still was recoverable, but just in case. So we go back down here. And then we chase him up. Alright. We encounter this guy. And we run. Now we lead this guy over here. So he's one step away. Then we go over here. One of them goes down, freaks out. We're gonna chase them up. We're gonna encounter that one. And we're gonna go up here, chase them on through, and now they get trapped between these two. Might be different ways of doing that, but that is the recommended way. And then, let's see, for these guys. It's not a big deal if we have to fight the sheep. The important thing is not stepping on one of the areas that the eyes can see. There we go. And you need to hit this one second because you cannot engage it without walking in the path of the eye. Okay, so for this one, I believe you lead them there. They get scurred. No, I screwed up. Need to lead them one tile over because the Adolfelwi will move one back. There we go. You get scurred. You move back, trap them. And then we fight. So it is actually a problem if you end up killing some of the FOEs on this floor because you do need them to trap the tentacles. Here they are, the Pillar Men. All right. And they are toast. So now we'll dial it back to expert. We'll have a little bit of a nap. Maybe I should have only rested until evening. Oh well. And let me do myself a favor. Because I do believe this guy is going to be scripted. I kind of need two of these pages here. I'll do this more intelligently next time, but for now. Okay. Let's give this a whack. And this is a stratum that's like especially fast to go through. So although they haven't given you a teleporter like they did in Etrian Odyssey 1 and geomagnetic pole in Etrian Odyssey 2, like you get to this guy in seconds. All right. So the pattern, I'm just noting this down, is going to be fire, ice, volt. Well, let's make a note for ourselves right now. And then this turn is and then okay, so it looks like that. There. That should hopefully be a comprehensive list of what this boss will do. Before you lies an outrageous, impossible sight. Gigantic barely suffices to describe the immensity of the being you see. The gigantic being hasn't so much as glanced toward you, and simply lies malignantly in place. This must be the ultimate source of the evil that lurks in the Yggdrasil labyrinth. Defeat the evil whose tendrils extend to the world above, and win back true freedom for Armor Road. Oh, you know what? Well, we can explore this room now, can't we? All right. How's that for the old guild card? No? Do I have to go back to the port to update that? Oh well. Abyssal God has appeared. Firewall. Let's debuff you. And pop flares. Nice. Okay. Moment of truth. What kind of numbers are we looking at with all the tentacles dead? Is it going to take massive... no, fairly standard damage. Oh. Here it is, guys. The indescribable god has awakened. Let's buff some attack. Pop some flares. Okay, now it's going to counter elemental. Ah, that might be a problem because I have a physical and magic weapon. Let's see how this plays out. Yeah, that's about right. That actually was a decent chip of damage on this guy. What? Huh. So now he's gonna stab all of us. So now would be a good time to shore up our defenses. Might be a mistake having Cthulhu's attack, but we'll see. Actually, that worked quite well. All right. Counter any attack with ailments. So now would be a good turn to replenish. And maybe debuff. Okay, now you're going to cleanse, debuffs, and heal. So on this turn, we're just going to go all out. Okay, well, that is kind of demoralizing. You're gonna cleanse buffs, so now would be a good turn to debuff you. Wait, don't do guard tactic. It's gonna cleanse our buffs anyway. Demon Rage. Alright. Okay, so now here's the moment of truth. How much damage is this thing going to take? So cut all of us, may stun. We got Wolf Howl on you. Let's go. Not as much damage as I was hoping. Huh. I feel like DPS is going to be a problem. Stab lowest HP while me on the front line is going to die. Yeah, okay. Fire all. And then this is our few turns of reprieve. Ice. Wait, what are you doing? Yeah, that's fair. I'll get some flares. Let's switch. Eagle Eye. Volt. Wolf Howl. Party Heal. Flares. No, Cthulhu's. Nothing changes. Now he's gonna form change and then cleanse, debuffs, and heal. So now is our one turn to do some damage. He's healing for like 11,000. So our biggest problem is we need to survive that turn where everybody gets cut up. And then someone, whoever gets stabbed is going to get killed. So we need an answer for that. Okay. Yeah. So my concern here is with the videos that I've watched of this boss fight, I am not putting out the damage I need for this. So it's possible we need to level up and or get some better weapons. And for that end, we've got some good notes here. That said, let us quickly head back to the port and see if we've gotten 100% completion or not. And then I will prepare for this on our next stream, where everyone should be level 99 and all our stuff will be nuts. We might just need more attack buffs, honestly. Because, like, buff stacking seems to be the way that most people play this game. Okay, and then we're at the port. No, still 98.82. Weird. Well, let's do a small experiment here. If we go into the labyrinth real quick. Also, let's turn the lights back on. There we go. So, if we go here... What if we paint in all these tiles? I feel like this is too much painting to only account for like 1.18%, you know? But we can see if the number changes at all. The true final boss, cartography. So yeah, I just don't see how this is necessary. Especially considering that the auto map doesn't fill in these tiles. I don't think this is actually required. But on the other hand, I don't know what else I could be missing. And then this nightmare of a floor. It is possible that all it wants me to do is just fill in these pitfalls. That would certainly make sense. If the law is how the game handles auto mapping. One thing I do know is that in the Untold games, for to get the town medal, or the town crown rather, you don't just have to complete the codex you do also have to see every tile, which sounds miserable. In which case you'd have to be very careful about painting tiles that you technically haven't seen. Or else fully mapping that game would be a complete and total nightmare of just not being sure what you missed. All right. Nope, it changed nothing. Well, that's reassuring. Well, I guess I'll just have to figure out what on earth I'm missing. But, yeah, this is where we are for now. So stay tuned. I doubt it's going to be next weekend, but probably in a week or two, we'll be looking at doing our final boss rush here. Yeah. It's like the one thing that I think is a major setback about the Untold games, if what I've read is true. But alas. Let's see. Oh, Mod's actually still awake. We're gonna raid out to Mod. Why not? I kind of just want to be like, my beat Etrian Odyssey 3 twice, and he'll be so confused. Anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for keeping me company. Today was a productive stream, and we just gotta figure out the last couple pieces of the puzzle and do some leveling, and hopefully we can get some DPS for that finale. Anyway, have a good night. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Adios.